Welcome to the first class of our course. In this class, you are going to get overview of Duolingo English Test. We are going to start with prerequisites. And the very first one is that you need to keep some kind of ID proof. You just need to make sure that it is government issued photo ID. It can be your passport, it can be your driving license or any other ID. But it should be a government issued photo ID. They are going to ask you to click its picture, and if that picture is not readable or the information is incorrect, they will not certify you. So you need to make sure that you are clicking its very clear image. Okay, first of all, they will not even accept. Okay, while like you are entering your details, they will ask you to click picture, and if that picture is not readable, they will ask you to click again. And let's say if somehow you are able to submit with the image which is not very clear, which is blurred, then it could be problem for you. They may not certify you. Okay, the second thing is duration of this test is 35 to 45 minutes. It is not like your IELTS or PTE. Okay, that is a good thing about this test. The third thing is location. You need not to go anywhere. You need not to be present at a specific time. You can take this test anywhere and anytime. You just need to make sure that your room where you are taking this test, that is very quiet, and you have good lighting there. That is very important. Also, a reliable internet connection. I am not saying a good internet or high speed internet, a reliable one. If your internet, let's say, gets switched off, okay, due to like any XYZ reason, then what? They will not accept that. You need to apply for that test again. Okay, you need to register for that test again. Okay, this you need to keep in mind. And you need to make sure that you have front facing camera in your system. Okay, if there is no camera, then you need to arrange some kind of webcam, a front facing webcam, a good microphone, and speakers. This is very important. Speakers. Why we need to have good microphone and speakers? Because they will not allow you to wear headphones or even earbuds. So you need to make sure that you have good speakers. Okay, so that you are able to listen what they are saying. Okay, that is very important. And since you would be listening everything on your speaker, you need to make sure that there is no background noise. Okay, so these were the prerequisites. Now let's jump on to some do's and don'ts. The very first thing is that do not leave camera purview. Do not look here and there. If you think like that, you can just take break of 2-3 minutes. You can just look here and there. Then what would happen? They will invalidate your test, or they will not certify you. So you just need to look at your test screen or in the camera. That's all. Okay. This is just to make sure that no one is cheating. Okay. So that is very important. Because once your test is over, someone is going to check recording of your test. And there they will decide whether you took this test honestly or not. Okay. So do not leave camera purview. That is very important. The second one is that you need to keep your ears visible and uncovered. As I said that they will not allow you to wear any headphone or even earbuds. Okay. If they feel like you are having something in your ears, they will invalidate your test, or they will not certify you. It will become some kind of practice test for you. They will not be scoring you. So just keep this thing in mind that you are taking this test in home. So do not think like you can cheat and or you can call someone and take their help, okay? Or you can do some other things and try to score 140, 150 plus number here, okay? The third thing which you have to keep in mind, that is, do not minimize your test screen, okay? So you would be taking, let's say, this test on, let's say, Chrome or any XYZ browser. Do not minimize it. If you minimize your test screen, if you jump onto some other window, again same thing, they will not certify you. The fourth thing you have to keep in mind is that do not speak unnecessary or with anyone. When they say like repeat this statement or record your answer, then only you need to speak. Okay, so there is no question of speaking with anyone. If they feel like someone has entered in your room, again you will not be getting certified. Okay, you will not be getting certified. Sixth one, you are not allowed to make any notes on anything. You cannot even make notes on, let's say, your notepad, okay, on your system. Forget about paper. Okay, you do anything like that, that's all. It would become some kind of practice test for you. They won't be giving you any kind of score. Seventh one, if they find that you have used any gadget, any mobile phone or any reference material at all in any way, then this test would become invalid. Okay, you have to keep these things in mind. For 45 minutes till your test is getting over, your camera and microphone should be enabled. You cannot disable them. Okay, so they are going to check recording of your test, and if they feel like you have cheated or they feel like someone entered in your room or you were discussing or you took help of someone else, then you will not be certified. Okay, all these rules are for just one thing, that no, you are not taking help of any person, you are not taking help of any gadget. All these guidelines are to make sure that no one is cheating in this exam. Since they are providing us this facility that you can take this test even from your room, so they have to make sure that no one is cheating. And by the time like you watch this course or this lecture, they may have few more constraints, okay, or they may change their pattern. So I will also keep updating this lecture. Now coming on to the activities part. There are 11 activities in this test. The first one is type the statement you hear. You will listen a statement and you have to type it. That is going to be there. That's all. It would be a very short statement. Second one is to record. Now this time you will not hear anything. You will see a statement on your system and you have to record it. So both these activities are same. In the first activity, you were listening to a statement and then typing it. In the second, you are reading a statement and then recording it. Okay. Third one, you have to select correct words, correct English words from a set of, let's say 9-10 words. Okay. So there would be a pop-up. In that pop-up, like 9 or 10 words would be there, and you have to read their spelling and select whether they are correct or not. Okay. The fourth task or activity, whatever you say, is also similar, but here you are actually listening, you are not reading a word. In the third activity, you have to read a word. You have to check whether its spelling is correct or not. But in the fourth one, you have to listen and then select whether it was correct or not. So this is your fourth activity. The fifth activity is that you have to speak the English word for a particular image. For example, if they show like some kind of, or let's say if they are showing you it is raining, then you have to say rain. If they show you animal, let's say they show you a dog, you have to say dog. Okay. If they show you like something is burning, you can say fire. Okay. So this is very simple activity. I don't think this is going to be that difficult for you. The only challenge here would be that you have to answer just in 3 seconds. I will discuss about it a bit later. Then guys, the sixth one is type the missing letter. You will get a small paragraph. Okay. In that paragraph, few letters would be missing. Now just imagine like if you do not have uh, let's say if you do not have these letters here, okay, then you have to type those missing letters. For example, imagine if this is missing, okay, then you have to type O and W here. Let's say if this is missing, okay, R and S is missing, or let's say in your each C and S is C and H is missing, you have to type that. So this is your sixth activity. Okay, type the missing letters. This is going to be very easy. All these activities are going to be very easy in the start. If you answer correctly, then level will become difficult. Okay, so that's how like they score you. It is not like that if you have answered, let's say 10 out of 10 questions, okay, then you will get like 140 plus. So first you will get a easy question. If you answer it correctly, then little difficult one would be there, then difficult one would be there. That's how this test goes on. Then guys, the seventh one is write one or more sentences that describe the image. So you will see an image and then you have to write 2 or 3 sentences to explain that image. Okay, this is again going to be very easy. If you have prepared for, let's say, PTE or IELTS, then this should not be that much difficult for you, because in these exams in IELTS, what you do is you write like 150 words, okay, in the task one of your writing module. Then you write 250 words in your essay. Okay, so this all these activities are going to be very very easy for you. The eighth one is what? The eighth one is that respond to a question in at least 50 words. They are not saying sentence, they are saying 50 words. So you will get a question, okay, and you have to answer in minimum 50 words. This is also going to be very easy. The ninth activity is going to be speaking one, where you have to speak on a particular question for at least 30 seconds. That's the only challenge. Again, this is going to be very easy. Why? Because in speaking section in IELTS, we speak for 2 minutes. Okay. But here you are just speaking for 30 seconds only. So this should not be that difficult for you. If you are prepared for Q card in IELTS exam, then this should be very very easy task. Okay. The remaining 2 activities are speaking and writing, where you have to speak and write on a particular topic or question for 1 to 3 minutes and 3 to 5 minutes respectively. First 9 activities are very very important, as they would be included in the scoring. Okay, 10 and 11 won't be. I will discuss about it a bit later. So these are the 11 activities which you are going to have in your this exam. So let's discuss about all these one by one. The first activity is type the statement you hear. This activity will check your listening and writing skills. In this activity, you will get a pop-up screen like this. You have to click on this icon, listen to a statement and write it here. You can listen to that statement for 2 times. Okay, and overall you have 1 minute to answer. This is going to be very simple. We are going to give you practice sessions on all these activities. Okay, coming on to second one, this activity will check your reading and speaking skills. So instead of listening, you have to read and record. Okay, you will get a pop-up like this. 20 seconds would be there. You have to read, like you have this sample statement here. Yes, I am going to eat. Okay, you have read the statement. Click on the record now. Okay, this button here, and then you have to record it. This is your second activity. So first and two are kind of similar only. In the first one, you are listening and typing it. Okay, and in the second one, you are reading and speaking. That's all, guys. So when you click on the record now, you will get some pop-up like this. Okay, your voice would be getting recorded, and once you are done, just click on next. Okay, the third activity is your select the real English words. You will get words like this. You would have like 90 seconds. You have to click on this icon, listen what is the word, and select whether it is correct or not. That's all, guys. Well, I won't say this activity is difficult, but if you ask me, like out of all these, which one is going to be difficult, I would say this one. Why I'm saying like that? When you listen to a paragraph or a statement, it is easy for us to guess what they are discussing. Means if you are not good in English, still you can guess something. Okay, if you listen to a paragraph. But here you are just going to listen, a word only. If you don't know the pronunciation of a particular word, then what? You would be answering incorrectly. So that's why I feel like this is a little bit difficult compared to other activities. Okay, and there is one more reason for my statement like this is difficult. We won't be using headphones. Okay, so I don't know like how it would be in the future. They may allow headphones. Okay, but as of now, by the time I'm recording this lecture, they do not allow headphones or even earbuds. Okay, so you need to be fully focused as you would be listening on your speaker, not in headphones. Okay, jumping on to the fourth one. Fourth one is again similar, but instead of listening to a statement, you just have to read only. Okay, like this is incorrect, leave it. This is correct. Okay, just click on this one, it will get select. That's all, guys. This is correct, then click here, it will be getting marked here. Okay, so read all the words. If you feel like if something is correct, just click on it, it would be getting selected, and that's all. Then click on next. That's all, guys. And to do this, you have 1 minute. That is too much actually. Okay, so first two were similar, and 3 and 4 are also similar. Now jumping on to your fifth one, that I feel like is very very easy. It I feel like it should not be there in any this one English language exam. Why? You just have to say one English word for an image. Okay, for example, if you get this image, you just have to say just one word, and you know what the answer is. Okay, you get an image, then you have to say English word for that image. Is it going to be that difficult? The only challenging thing here is like you have to speak in just 3 seconds. Okay, just 3 seconds, that's all. But anyway, this activity is there, so you should be ready for that. Coming on to your sixth one, that is type the missing letters. Okay, type the missing letters to complete the text below. You will get 3 minutes to complete this activity. Again, too much time. As I already explained, like what can happen here. For example, like you have here now what could be your answer? With over, you have to write E and R. Okay. Access. Okay. This word would be your access. Network. Okay. Available. Internet. Okay. So again, this is going to be very easy. The first one is going to be easy. Okay, the next the next missing letters would be difficult. So if you have answered all these letters correctly here, the next one is going to be difficult. If you answer that also correctly, the third one is again going to be difficult. Okay, so that's how your level would be increasing, and your scoring would be based on that only. It is not like that you will answer these correctly and you will get 140 plus. No. Okay, so your scoring would be based on how difficult your exam was. Well, their answers are also there. Okay, they will check like how many correct answers were there, but still the algorithm is like that. It will consider your correct answers plus your level of your exam also. So in this activity, you have to type the letters, and in practice sessions also, what we would be doing, we would be just providing you one paragraph. You have to read the paragraph. Few letters would be missing, few words would be missing. So you type them, okay, and then you can send us your work. We will check and let you know like whether it was correct or not. Okay. For this one, I feel like you should be a little bit good in typing. Okay, there are many games as well as online tools are there to improve your typing speed. But again, like 3 minutes are too much actually. In 3 minutes, you can even write 3 4 similar paragraphs. Okay, forget about typing few letters. So let's jump on to our seventh one. Seventh one is speaking. So you got that image where you have to speak just one word, where you have to say just one word. In this one, you have to say one or two or three sentences. For example, you have this picture, you can write something like this. Okay. Now jumping on to your eighth one, here you have 5 minutes. You have to read the question and write at least 50 words. Okay. Again, I feel like 5 minutes are too much here. So this will test your writing skills. So far everything was simple. From here your level would be little bit difficult. Ninth one would be what speaking. You have to speak on a topic for 30 seconds. If you have prepared for IELTS speaking, in that cue card or part 2 activity, you have to speak for 2 minutes. So if you have ever prepared for that, okay, part or cue card in IELTS or even in PTE, okay, in PTE also you have speaking activities. This should be like child's play for you. You have to speak for just 30 seconds only. Okay, just 30 seconds. So you will get 20 seconds to read the statement. Okay, 20 seconds to read the statement. Timer would be there. Okay, and then you have to speak on it for 30 seconds, and you have to answer your question in like 90 seconds. Okay, so guys, till this point, all activities are very very important, but remaining two activities are also important, but they will not affect your scoring. This is taken from Duolingo website. You can refer it there also. They have clearly written here that the responses in for these two, okay, number 10 and 11, will not affect your score, but will be available to institutions that receive your score. So if you are if your score is 140, that would be based on first 9 activities, not on number 10 and 11. If your score is let's say 05, the score is based on first 9 activities. So you need not to bother at all for number 10 and 11. But at the same time, you should not be, you should not have casual approach. Like, okay, as it is like not getting counted in my final score, so I will not do good, or I won't attempt at all. No, you should not do like that. Why? Because your these samples, writing sample as well as your interview or speaking sample, would be sent to the university where you are applying for your, your studies. So if they see like you have not said anything, you have not written anything correctly, will they give you admission? No. So from scoring point of view, these two are not important. From admission point of view, okay, for getting admission or scoring admission in a college or in a university, these two activities are important. Okay, so you will get a pop-up like that, then you will click on the next, and then it will ask you to make sure that you are centered in this camera frame. Okay, this you need to make sure. And once you have set everything, then what? Then you will get a pop-up like this. Choose one topic to talk about for 1 to 3 minutes. You will have 30 seconds. So here also they are giving you time. They are giving you half a minute to even select your answer. Let's say if you go with this one. Okay. Let's say if you go with this one, then you have to speak on it for 1 or 3 minutes. Okay. You can speak for 1 minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes. That is up to you. But overall time you would be getting is like 3 minutes here. Okay. The final activity is your writing. Again, you will get 30 seconds to select your topic, and once you have selected, then you have to write on it for at least 3 minutes. Okay. How much time you would be getting? 5 minutes. So let's say if you say I would be writing for just like your 3 minutes only. So to write for 3 minutes you have actually how much time? 5 minutes. I think it is very easy. You cannot like what, because they are not mentioned like how their algorithm works, but you cannot type slowly here. Okay, why? If let's say in 3 minutes you are just writing, let's say only 20 words, 30 words or 40 words, then what? They will not, university may not give you admission. That can happen. Okay, so these 11 activities are there. First 9 are very important from scoring point of view. Number 10 and 11 won't get count in your scoring, but number 10 and 11 would be sent to the university where you are applying, and if you are not done good in these two, then they may not give you admission. Okay, so that's all about this class. Now we are going to practice on all these activities one by one. So that's all guys, thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the first lecture of the writing section. In this lecture, I am going to discuss write at least 50 words and write for 3 to 5 minutes. In this class, I am going to first give you the overview. Then I will show you the interface, how you are going to get both these question types in the exam. Then I will discuss time management and finally strategy. And I am going to discuss both time management and strategy by writing an answer in front of you. So it won't be just a PowerPoint based lecture. Okay. So let's first start with the overview part. So first of all, about write at least 50 words. We can also call it as read then write. The first question is it marked? Yes. Why I included this point, whether it is marked or not? Because the other question type, writing sample, was not marked earlier, but from 28 February onwards they are going to grade it, so keep that in mind. Earlier students were not bothered at all about interview question and writing sample, question number 11 and 12. Now question number 12, writing sample is a marked one, so you need to answer both these questions carefully. Whatever theory is there, whatever approach you have for write at least 50 words, same approach you need to apply in this one also, right? Writing sample also. Okay. Then guys, about choice of prompt. In write at least 50 words, there is no choice of prompt. The moment you are getting question on the screen, your timer will start. Okay. On the other hand, in writing sample, we also do not have any choice of prompt. Why I have added this point? Because earlier we were getting, nowadays we are not getting any choice of prompt. Okay. So I hope this is also clear. This was like changed, I think, 2 months back. Okay. Then guys, about number of questions, you are going to get just one write at least 50 words, and writing sample also, one question. So both are, I would say, kind of same. So far like everything is same. Then guys, about number of words. So because the name itself says write at least 50 words, so obviously you need to write at least 50 words. And in writing sample there is no such limit. You just need to write for 3 minutes. And to be honest, if you ask me, can I write 40 words, 30 words? No, you cannot. Because if you're writing, let's say, just 30, 40 words, it means you did not write for 3 minutes. So do not try to play with them. Write at least, I would say, 50, 60 words, so you would be safe. And in fact, like, you can, means I have seen students who are very slow in typing, still like they are able to type at least 50 to 60 words. Okay. Then guys, about sub scores, both the question types now will contribute to your production and literacy part. Keep that in mind. If you have any requirement, like you need to score at least, let's say, 110 or 115 or 120 in production, then you need to do good in these two question types. Earlier students were not bothered at all about writing sample, but now they have changed the pattern. They are going to grade it. In their official video on YouTube, they have said, like, they did not change anything. The flow, question type, everything is just same. The only thing is, like, they are going to grade it now. That's all. So this question type will also have effect on your overall score. That's only change. Other than that, no different, I would say, change in time or word limit or pattern of the question, flow, whatever things are there. Okay. Then guys, about the timing part. So here you are going to get 5 minutes. The moment you are getting question on the screen, your timer will start. Okay, keep that in mind. Don't think like you will get some extra seconds to go through your question. On the other hand, in writing sample, you are going to get 5 minutes, but you are going to get 30 seconds to read the prompt, or I would say 30 seconds to read the question, and then you are going to get 5 minutes to answer. So you have, this is the only difference, I would say. Okay. Earlier, there were many differences. Now you have only two differences. The first one, that there is no such word limit. You have to write for 3 minutes in writing sample. And the second difference, that you are getting 30 seconds to go through your prompt. Okay, so that's all about the overview part. I hope like everything is clear. Now let me show you the interface part. So the moment you are getting question, timer will start. This is what I said, and see, the timer is, timer has started. Okay. On the left, you have the question. On the right, you have this box where you have to type your answer, and there is word limit, word count also, basically. Okay, you can see like how many words you have written. Okay. So this is the interface of your read then write, or write at least 50 words. You will be getting same interface in the writing sample, but before getting that interface, you have this particular interface. What is this? You are getting additional 30 seconds to read your question or prompt. So see, the moment question was there, timer started, and I got like 30 seconds to go through question. If I click on next, then I will get same interface like this. On the left you have question, on the right you have the box where you have to type your answer, and there is no such word count here. Why? Because there is no word limit. So this is all about interface, guys. There is no difference at all in both the question types. Only like in writing sample, you are getting additional 30 seconds to go through your question. Okay, you will be getting exactly same interface in the exam. Now let's jump on to time management part. So whatever I'm going to teach you, that would be applicable, for both the question types. Write at least 50 words and write for 3 to 5 minutes. Like you are going to get 5 minutes, right? So what's my suggestion? Always brainstorm for 1 minute. Think about the paraphrasing statement. If there is a statement, just think like how you can rewrite that statement in a different way. If there is no such statement, or you cannot, you know, paraphrase it, rewrite it in a different way, then write a background statement. Write something about the topic that will be your background statement. I'm going to, write at least like I would say 12 answers in front of you, so you will get idea about both paraphrasing and background statement. So in this 1 minute, you have to think about your paraphrasing statement. This statement is going to be the very first sentence of your answer. So you need to think about this statement in brainstorming, part. Then whatever templates I am going to share in this course, try to recollect all those. Think like which one you can use for this particular question, or for this particular task. Just think, and think like how you can customize them. Okay, because I am going to share all the memorized templates, whatever templates are there. I am going to share here, right? In Udemy itself, like more than 1700 students have enrolled, so all my students would be using these templates. So if you are using a template, examiner will get to know like this is a memorized one. Okay, so I'm not suggesting you to write anything by memorizing something. I'm suggesting you just keep some templates in mind, try to recollect all those templates and customize them and then write. Okay, do not simply copy paste anything. Well, you cannot copy paste, but you don't just write anything because you have learned it. Customize it and then write it. Okay, then guys, about vocabulary, think about topic specific vocabulary. If you have, let's say, topic related to health or fitness, you can use words such as sedentary lifestyle, inactive lifestyle. Okay, if you have topic related to, let's say, environment, you can use deforestation, dwindling of trees. You can use carbon footprint, zero carbon emission. Okay, so try to recollect all the topic specific words, write them in the box so that you don't forget them. Okay, once you have written your answer, you can delete whatever you have written in that box for the brainstorming purpose. Then guys, the fourth point, think about coordinating and subordinating conjunction you can use in your answer. For, and, neither, but, or, yet, so, these are coordinating conjunctions. Try to use at least two. Then try to use subordinate conjunctions, although, whereas, even though, however. So use something like that. Okay, make sure that you have at least one or two compound sentences and at least one complex sentence. Then your overall score would be good, or you will be scoring good in production part. Okay, once you're done with all these, I'm sure like you would be wasting at least 45 or 1 minute. Okay, 45 seconds or 1 minute for these four things. What's the next step? Write your answer. Write what to write or how to write, what should be our structure, that would be coming in the next slide. But about time management, 1 minute for brainstorming, 3 minutes for writing the answer. That's all guys. Okay, 3 minutes only, not 4, because I want you to proofread also your answer. You are not going to get marks because you have written 60 words, 70 words. You are going to get marks, good marks, for your grammar, for your correct spellings, for your content, for your vocabulary, for the range of, let's say, vocabulary and complex structures. Okay. Remember, you are going to get marks not for just words only. You are going to get marks for everything. So please proofread. Okay, this is about your time management. I hope you have got the idea. If you still have some doubt, you will be able to clear that in coming lectures. Okay. Now let's jump on to your strategy part. Well, the very first thing or very first sentence I would say is going to be what? Paraphrasing sentence or background sentence. When you are writing question in a different way, it is what? It is your paraphrasing sentence. When you are writing something about the topic, it becomes your background sentence. And I want you to write either one long sentence of 30 words or two short sentences of 15 to 18 words. Okay. This is going to be what? Your first part. I have divided your answer into four parts. This is what your first part. Second part is what? Answer. Whatever is the question, answer it directly. For example, if you have a question like job satisfaction is much more important than salary, do you agree or disagree? So you have to answer the question. I agree with this statement. I do not agree with this statement. If you have given any, if you have written any paraphrasing sentence, then you can say like I agree with the former view or later view. So those things you will learn in coming lectures, like what you can write. Okay. Here I'm just briefing you about the structured part. First part of your answer is going to be paraphrasing. Second part is what? Your answer itself. Then guys, third part is what? Is the explanation of your answer. You need to explain your answer, or I would say extend your answer. Whatever you call it as viewpoint, idea, or answer, whatever it is, you need to explain it. So far, how many sentences you have got? One paraphrasing sentence, one answer, okay, answer of the question, two, then your explanation of the answer, three sentences, and the fourth one is what? Your support for the answer. You need to support your answer with an example. If example is not possible, explain it further, develop it. Okay. You cannot simply say, I agree with this statement that job satisfaction or salary is more important than satisfaction, or satisfaction is more important than salary. Why you are agreeing with this statement? Give reason, justify it, support your answer. That is required. Okay. So, what is the structure? This is the structure, guys. Paraphrasing statement, then answer of the question, then explanation, or I would say like extend part, extending the answer, and then the final one, supporting the answer. Okay. Paraphrasing, answer, extend, and support. These are the four things you need to keep in your mind. How many sentences? Four sentences. If you're writing 15 to 20 words in one sentence, I'll go with 15. If you're writing 15 words, you have four sentences, you have easily got 60 words. That's all, guys. So out of four sentences, one sentence should be complex, one should be like your compound, in any case it should be compound, and other two should be long. Okay, or at worst case one should be long, one could be short. Okay, means sometimes even I also write short sentence. I agree with this statement, this is a short one. Okay, so this is what your structure or strategy. So now I am going to show you how to apply time management and strategy technique in real. So I'm going to start timer now. The question for us is several languages are in danger of extinction because they are spoken by a very small number of people. Some people say that government should spend public money on saving these languages, while others believe that would be waste of money. Discuss both these views. So, what is the first step? Brainstorming. Think about the idea. Why you need to save these languages? So, I will say a language is connected with people, culture, and let's say tradition. So, if a language is lost, that culture is lost. If I said no, don't save it, then I will say you spend money on education sector, spend money on healthcare. Template I would be using, like it is argued that, however, that is best for discussion essay. Vocabulary I would be using endangered, protected, preserved, and then I would be using extinction. That's all. So my 1 minute is over. Now I am going to write answer. So well, it's more than 1 minute 10 seconds. I'm going to start in same way. It is often argued that uh, governments government should not spend money on saving endangered languages, saving endangered languages, colon, however, however, others believe that others believe that languages should be preserved to to avoid the loss of culture. The same point I discussed. That's all. 2 minutes are over. Now my viewpoint. I agree with the later viewpoint. Done. Then what about sporting statement? Well, I would be writing in same way. So I will say uh, languages have a connection vital connection with the cultural identity of the people who speak them, and by saving these languages and by saving uh, those languages, uh, by saving, no, I can write in a little different way, and uh, by spending money on preventing those languages from extinction, from extinction um, a wide range of cultures and traditions can be protected. Done. That's all. So well, I finished in less than 3 minutes. Now I'm going to copy all these. Here I'm not going to write example because I have already got 4 sentences, so I'm sure it's more than 60 words. Now about proofreading. So the first mistake, governments. Then I agree with the later viewpoint, have a vital connection with the people, people who speak them. Here you need comma, languages, done, extinction, so E, and tradition, traditions, done, can be protected. That's all. I still have some time left. I can say like here I can add few words, and should pay more attention, should pay more, no, time is getting over, so I'll just stop here. That's all. So I finished answer in 5 minutes. This is what you need to do, and this is why You need to proofread. I made one mistake here. I did not put comma. Then I corrected it. And then about spelling, if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then comma mistake 6. So 6 mistakes were there. Now, if I try to write example or let's say one more sentence, what would be happening? You see, you won't be getting, more marks because you are writing, let's say 80 words, 90 words. You will be getting marks for the correct answer. How many words I have got? I have got like 69. There is one thing here. For write at least 50 words, this was okay. But in write for 3 to 5 minutes, you have to write for 3 minutes. So if this is 3 to 5 minutes question, I think I will be getting less mark. Why? Because I won't be fulfilling the requirement. Because I was sure like 50 words are there, more than 50 words are there. I did not write for exactly 3 minutes. So you don't make this mistake. Okay? Because I was focusing on word, that's why like I did not bother about time. Anyway, so what I did, I in 1 minute I just thought about viewpoint. I just related language with culture tradition. That's all. If I am saying about no, I would be saying about health, education sector, and other one. Template I was sure. Usually I go with this template for discussion and opinion questions. Vocabulary, it was quite easy for me. Even I can write here also. I could have, okay, but I did not write because it was okay for me. Um, Endangered, extinction, protect, preserve, save, and domain, field. Government should spend on other sectors, other fields, other domains. So this was quite easy. And conjunction, I did not use other than this word, however. Okay. So I hope you have got the idea about both time management and strategy. Now I'll discuss about prompts, what you are going to learn in the coming lectures. I have seen students getting discussion based question where they ask you to discuss a topic. Then I have seen students getting opinion based questions where they ask opinion. What do you think? Do you agree or disagree? Okay. Is it a positive or negative development? Something like that. Okay, they get opinion based questions. Then I have seen students getting general questions like write about your favorite book, write about your favorite movie. Then I have seen students getting double question also. So I am going to means as of now I am recording this lecture on 1st of March. So as of now I have decided to write answers for these 11 questions. Okay. In the future I may increase this number, but as of now these answers are there. Okay. So discussion, opinion, general, and then your double question essays all are covered here. Okay. So that's all guys about this lecture. I hope you got the idea about both these question types, and I tried my best to teach you time management and strategy. I answered one question. In the same way now I will be answering all these questions. Okay. So that's all guys. Thank you very much. Now jump on to the next lecture where I'm discussing a discussion based prompt. Welcome to the second lecture of the writing section. In this lecture I am going to discuss double question prompt. Why we call it as double question prompt? Because there are two questions. So read the topic here. Most people agree that money cannot buy happiness. Why is happiness difficult to define? That's the first question. How can people achieve happiness? That's the second question. Sometimes students get triple question prompt also. Sometimes they get 4 questions also. So what is the basic thing to keep in mind? That you have to answer all the prompts. That's all guys. You need to answer all the prompts to score good in production, okay, or to have a good overall score. My structure is going to be same. First paraphrasing or background statement, then answer of the first prompt, then its justification, answer of the second prompt, then its justification. Okay. What is the first step? Brainstorming. So instead of writing this time, I'm just going to do verbal brainstorming. Why is happiness difficult to define? So just think, you are a student. When you will become happy? When you are going overseas? When you are scoring, let's say, 120 plus in Duolingo? When you are getting, let's say, PR in Canada, in Australia, in another country, right? Or a kid will be becoming happy if he is getting, let's say, toys, chocolates. If a person is having some health issue, will he become happy if you give him money? No, right? But he will become happy if he recovers from that health issue. So what we understand here, that happiness is different. For me, what is happiness? If I get more students in a month, if I get 500 students in a month, I will become happy. So this is my answer for the first prompt. Second prompt is what? How can people achieve happiness? So I will say, well, some people feel happy when they do job of their interest, job satisfaction. Some feel happy when they get involved in society, when they do charity or social work. Some people feel happy, when they are when they read books, they watch movies, they play sports, they spend time with their family. So again, basically same thing. It means when you are doing things of your interest. That's all, guys. Okay. I cannot write all the points. Why? Because I just have like 5 minutes only, and in those 5 minutes I will be spending at least 30 or 40 seconds on brainstorming. Then I would be writing for 3 minutes, at least 3 minutes. Okay. And then I have to proofread also. This time I am answering the question in notepad. I won't be getting spell check or grammar check option here. Like the first lecture, in the first lecture I answered everything in word. I got everything there. All the words were underlined, right? Mistakes. This time I am writing in notepad. So see, while typing, how many mistakes I would be making. So proofreading is must. Okay, it is must. Let's start. First of all, paraphrasing statement. So I would say, some people believe that money is the most important factor in happiness. First point. However, some are, because I have already used some, so what I will do, I will write here, it is argued that, however, now here I will write, however, some people believe that other aspects of life play a vital role in creating happiness. Okay, that's all. Now this is my paraphrasing statement. I will make it complex. I will put colon here, then this one in this way. That's all. Now answer of the first prompt. So I would say, happiness is difficult to define. I won't say define, as it is in the question also, describe, because it means something different to each person. No time for second point. I'll just give example. For example, kids
are happy when they get toys. Okay, but an adult person may not find happiness in may not find well happiness after getting toys. That's all. Or I will say when they get toys, or let's say sweets or chocolates, whatever. Or let's say chocolates. Okay, chocolates. So done. I will write like this: chocolates, but an adult may not find happiness in these things. So I won't be using same word getting or get. Okay, in these things. Done. So answer of the first prompt. Have I made any mistake? Happiness difficult describe because so far no spelling mistake. For example, there is spacing issue here. Kids are happy. So there is one mistake here. Kids are happy. So I am proofreading. After writing sentences, an adult person may not happiness find. Now second prompt. So I will say many factors can play. No, many factors can make a person happiness. Okay, one of the factors leading to happiness is job satisfaction. Now let's justify it. When people are satisfied with their job, they tend to be happier and are very productive. Very productive. Let me just enter here so that you can see all. Okay, so any spelling mistake can make a person, many factors can make a person happiness. So that is, a mistake can make a person happy. One of the factors leading to happiness is job. When people are satisfied, they tend to be happier and are very productive. So period here, that's all. So this is my answer. First one, paraphrasing, answer the first prompt with example, then second prompt. That's all, guys. This is what you need to do for a double question prompt. How many mistakes I made? I think I made one, two, three mistakes overall in typing. Okay. Am I having range of sentences? First one is complex, then second one is kind of simple, then like I have a connector. For example, you can write for instance, and this sentence is also a compound one. I'm using coordinating conjunction, but then like a simple sentence, then like here I'm saying many factors, then I'm referring it here one of the factors. Okay, again a simple one, and then well, I won't say complex but not a simple sentence. Okay, so overall there is range. How many interesting words are uncommon words are there are good. Then aspects of life, this one. Then describe is different from define. And oh, there is a mistake here means. So see, even I missed it. Okay, proofreading is must, guys, different to each person. For example, kids when they get may not find happiness in these things. uh, that's all, guys. Overall means it's okay, they tend to be happier. So I think I have range of everything, okay, in vocabulary as well as in sentence formation, in sentences, and then there is no mistake in punctuation also. So this is how I would be answering if I get a double question prompt in Duolingo test. So that's all, guys, about this lecture. Now jump to the third lecture where again I am answering a double question prompt. Hello and welcome to the third lecture of the writing section. In this lecture I am going to discuss double prompt question again. This time the topic is different.
In education and employment, some people work harder than others. Why do some people work harder? Is it always a good thing or not? That's the question. So we have two questions here. So again, just think about the topic. Why do some people work hard? They want to earn money. They want to have good life. They want to, live a luxurious life. They want to provide comfort to their family members. Right? It could be any reason. Some people work hard, to some students work hard to score good marks. Some work hard or study hard to get job. Some study hard to do good in their domain or field. So I just need one reason. Okay, as it is 50-word answer, hardly 5 minutes are there. So I need to answer second prompt. For that I should write at least one point for both. Okay, otherwise I won't be able to write answer for the second prompt and I may lose some marks. Is it always a good thing to work hard? Well, I would say we need to have balance. People who always work hard may have a work life balance, professional and personal, life imbalance definitely is there. If you spend, let's say, too much time in office, you won't be able to spend time in home. What would happen? Problems start arising. Okay. Then sometimes, people work under stress. They want to do good in office. They want to be in good books of their management, and they work hard. They don't, uh, take proper rest. And what happens? They sometimes make mistake, and if that mistake is big, if it is a serious one, then it can affect their company. And if a if their company is getting affected because of their mistake, they may lose job. So this is what I am going to write in my answer. Okay, so if you have any other point, that also you can add. So what is the first step? I am going to paraphrase. So I will say, some people work, no, some people are hard working. Well, I would be okay writing like this. Some people are hard working and industrious. So this is a word I'm adding for the vocabulary part. Industrious, then others, and the reason for their work reason for their work ethics may vary. So I'm not writing it is argued that, because I cannot say it is argued that some people should work hard and others are saying no, you can't or you should not. That won't look good. Okay, content wise, or in production I may not get good score. So just a one liner. Some people are hardworking and industrious than others, and the reason for their work ethics, I would say, and the reasons for their work ethics may vary. Okay. Now, why do some people work hard? Answer it. Some work hard to earn money. Okay. They think that they could buy comfort for their family, for their family members, or I would say for their families. Okay, and themselves with the extra income earned. That's all. So now, answer of the second question: is it always a good thing? So I would say, it could be. I won't say like it is not a good thing. I will say it could be a problem. So how I am going to draft? So I will write like this. hard work hard work allows people to achieve their career goals, then semicolon, however, comma, too much, too much hard work can be counterproductive and unhealthy. So that's the point I was discussing, like work life balance. People people who work hard may face issues at the workplace and home. Okay, so if you have time, you can further explain it, or otherwise just stop and go for proofreading. Since I'm teaching you right now, I'm not in exam right now, so I'm just going to explain it a little bit more. So I will say, uh, they are more likely to commit mistakes due to long working hours and work pressure. Any mistake on their part can result in a huge loss to the company they work for, and they may lose the job. That's all. So this is what my answer is. And let me just do one thing. I like, uh, I'll just add it here. You won't be getting this problem in the exam, as there is a box there where you have to type your answer. I am typing right now in Word, so paragraphing is a little bit issue here. Okay, so now let's go for proofreading. Some people are hardworking, space issue, industrious than others, and the reasons for their work ethics may vary. Some people, some work hard. Okay, I'll say some people are. mm, no, well, I'll avoid this one. Some work hard to earn money. They think that they could buy comfort for their families and themselves with the extra income on. With the extra income on, fine. Hard work. So, first spelling, well, typing mistake. Hard work allows people to achieve their career goals. However, second mistake. Third mistake, too much. Then fourth mistake, hard work can be counterproductive. Fifth mistake, and unhealthy. People who work hard may face issues at the workplace. Sixth one, right, and home. Then this one is seventh. They are more likely to commit mistakes due to long working hours and pressure and work pressure. Any mistake on their part can result in a huge loss to the company they work for, and they may lose their job. So see, although I was a bit careful this time, but still I made 7 typing mistakes. Okay, and I remember, like, this one was extra. At this point I said, like in exam I may not get that much time to explain this particular point. So till this one I had 6 mistakes. So see why proofreading is important. Even though you are having good answer, content, advanced vocabulary, complex compound sentences, still you may lose marks because of these mistakes. So please guys, do proofreading. Okay, always proofread your answer. Now about the structure part, very simple statement. The first one about your topic, then answer of the first question, why they work hard, because like they want to buy comfort. Okay, then second, is it always a good thing? Basic statement. Well, it allows people to achieve career goals, but it could be counterproductive. So this one is what, this one is your answer of second prompt. And then I have explained it. People who work hard may face issues. In the exam I may not get this much time. Okay, I may not be able to write this much, but still I would be getting this much time to write. Okay, so I hope you have got the idea. Now jump on to the fourth lecture, where again I'm discussing it is double question prompt. Welcome to the fourth lecture of the writing section. In this lecture I am going to discuss one more double question prompt. So the topic for us is technology. Scientists predict that in the future cars will be driven by computers. What are the reasons behind this? Is it a, is it a positive or negative development? So first of all, you need to brainstorm. Well, it's going to be simple. What are the reasons for this? Well, you can say like technological advancement. Then is it positive? Yes, because it will improve the safety. That's all. So I'm going to write these 2 points. Okay. Then whatever like words you can think of, you can just write in the start so that you don't forget them when you are answering the question. Okay. So I'm directly going to answer. First of all, I'm going to paraphrase this statement. So I will say like experts believe that, instead of saying scientists, I'm using the word experts predict that, I'm saying believe that. Experts believe that. Then there's, it's written in the question in the future, so I will say in the coming years, and I will put comma here. Okay, in the coming years, vehicles, instead of cars I will write like this: vehicles will be driven. Then I will, instead of saying by computers uh, automatically or something like that, I will be using word autonomously by computers. That's all guys. So very simple paraphrasing. So if you're writing this one here, then you need to put comma. Otherwise you can write like this: experts believe that vehicles will be driven autonomously by computers in the future or coming years. Okay, or what you can do, instead of writing it in the end, you can just write it in the start: in the coming years. Then what you do, you put comma. Then experts believe that vehicles will be driven autonomously by computers. That's all guys. Now what you need to do, you need to answer your first prompt. So they are asking the reason. So let's start it in the same way. The main reason for this is the development of, so you say like artificial intelligence. That's all. That specializes in maneuvering cars. Okay, so make sure that you are not making any spelling mistake. Okay, so you can make note of these words also in maneuvering cars. That's all. So I usually have this habit of proofreading after writing every sentence. So main reason for this is the development of artificial intelligence. So for spelling, there is no such spelling mistake. Then special, yes, there is a mistake. So that specializes in maneuvering. Well, I have already written that, MANOEU. So that's all. This is also correct. Then car. Now you can either explain it in detail, but I think I won't be getting that much time. Okay, because I need to answer second also prompt also. So now let's answer the second one. So I will say this should be seen as a positive development. What's the reason? Because it will ultimately save save lives despite initial safety concerns. Now, there are some concerns like, they are not safe, accidents are still happening. Okay, so if you do not have time to explain your point, then do not write this one. If you have time, then go for it. Now, since I'm teaching you, so I'm going to explain it. So I will say this is because most collisions are due to human errors, and as machine learning gets better and better, it will eliminate human involvement. Okay, involvement. Okay, so this is going to be my answer. So if you say I do not have this much time, then what I will do? Okay, or let's say you want to keep it to the point, then you say this should be seen as a positive development. Why? Because it will help, it will ultimately save lives. That's all. You can just stop here. Okay, but you need to keep one thing in mind, that you should have at least how many words, like 50. Since we do not have word count, so I'm just going to count it. So 4, 8, 12, 16, then 20, and 4, 26 we are having here. So I think I would be getting around 50 only. Okay, so 26 are in this one, and definitely I have 24 here. So even if I stop here, still I am safe. I have paraphrased the statement, then I have answered the first prompt, then I have answered the second one. Okay, now once you are done with your answer, just proofread. So see, uh, this is because there was this mistake. Then I have these collisions, most collisions, COLLISIONS. Yes, it is fine. Due to human errors, we have comma, machine learning gets better. That's all. So let's say if you ask me, like, many students, in my life class, they ask me, I don't get idea. Whenever I get question, I'm blank. So please read, okay, sample essays. If you read more stuff, you will get ideas. Now, because I have discussed something similar while teaching IELTS PT, that's why I have, like, these ideas. Okay, so that's the benefit of reading. I have read something similar while teaching those two courses. So even if you ask me to write 500 words, I can still write those. Okay. So that's all, guys, about our third double question prompt. Now in the next lecture, I am going to discuss a double question essay. That's all, guys. Thank you very much. Welcome to the fourth lecture of the writing section. In this lecture, I am going to discuss one more double question prompt. So the topic for us is technology. Scientists predict that in the future, cars will be driven by computers. What are the reasons behind this? Is it a, is it a positive or negative development? So first of all, you need to brainstorm. Well, it's going to be simple. What are the reasons for this? Well, you can say like technological advancement. Then is it positive? Yes, because it will improve the safety. That's all. So I'm going to write these 2 points. Okay. Then whatever, like, words you can think of, you can just write in the start so that you don't forget them when you are answering the question. Okay, so I'm directly going to answer. First of all, I'm going to paraphrase this statement. So I will say, like, experts believe that. Instead of saying scientists, I'm using the word experts. Predict that, I'm saying believe that. Experts believe that. Then there's, it's written in the question in the future, so I will say in the coming years, and I will put comma here. Okay, in the coming years, vehicles, instead of cars I will write like this: vehicles will be driven then I will, instead of saying by computers uh, automatically or something like that, I will be using word autonomously by computers. That's all, guys. So very simple paraphrasing. So if you're writing this one here, then you need to, put comma. Otherwise, you can write like this. Experts believe that vehicles will be driven autonomously by computers in the future or coming years. Okay. Or what you can do, instead of writing it in the end, you can just write it in the start. In the coming years, then what you do, you put comma. Then experts believe that vehicles will be driven autonomously by computers. That's all, guys. Now what you need to do, you need to answer your first prompt. So they are asking the reason. So let's start it in the same way. The main reason for this is the development development of, so you say like artificial intelligence. That's all. That specializes in maneuvering cars. Okay, so make sure that you are not making any spelling mistake. Okay, so you can make note of these words also in maneuvering cars. That's all. So I usually have this habit of proofreading after writing every sentence. So main reason for this is the development of artificial intelligence. So for spelling, there is no such spelling mistake. Then special, yes, there is a mistake. So that specializes in maneuvering. Well, I have already written that MANOEU. So that's all. This is also correct. Then car. Now you can either explain it in detail, but I think I won't be getting that much time. Okay, because I need to answer second also prompt also. So now let's answer the second one. So I will say this should be seen as a positive development. What's the reason? Because it will ultimately save save lives despite initial safety concerns. Now there are some concerns like they are not safe, accidents are still happening. Okay, so if you do not have time to explain your point, then do not write this one. If you have time, then go for it. Now since I'm teaching you, so I'm going to explain it. So I will say this is because most collisions are due to human errors, and as machine learning gets better and better, it will eliminate human involvement. Okay, involvement. Okay, so this is going to be my answer. So if you say I do not have this much time, then what I will do? Okay, or let's say you want to keep it to the point, then you say this should be seen as a positive development. Why? Because it will ultimately save lives. That's all. You can just stop here. Okay, but you need to keep one thing in mind, that you should have at least how many words, like 50. Since we do not have word count, so I'm just going to count it. So 4, 8, 12, 16, then 20, and 4, 26 we are having here. So I think I would be getting around 50 only. Okay, so 26 are in this one, and definitely I have 24 here. So even if I stop here, still I am safe. I have paraphrased the statement, then I have answered the first prompt, then I have answered the second one. Okay, now once you are done with your answer, just proofread. So see, uh, this is because there was this mistake, Then I have this collisions, most collisions, COLLISIONS. Yes, it is fine. Due to human errors, we have comma, machine learning gets better. That's all. So let's say if you ask me like many students, in my life class, they ask me, I don't get idea. Whenever I get question, I'm blank. So please read, okay, sample essays. If you read more stuff, you will get ideas. Now because I have discussed something similar while teaching IELTS PT, that's why I have like these ideas. Okay, so that's the benefit of reading. I have read something similar while teaching those two courses. So even if you ask me to write 500 words, I can still write those. Okay. So that's all guys about our third double question prompt. Now in the next lecture, I am going to discuss a double question essay. That's all guys. Thank you very much. Welcome to the fifth lecture of the writing section. In this lecture, I am going to write a discussion prompt in front of you. The topic is related to crime. Some people say that there should be fixed punishment for each type of crime. Others, however, argue that the circumstances of a crime should be kept in mind. Okay, we need to discuss both these views and we need to state opinion also. We need to give our opinion also. So do not spend too much time, I would say, on the ideas. What, because see, we have to just write 50 words, right? And in the other one we need to write for 3 minutes. So don't think like you can discuss both the points in detail. Okay, it won't be possible at all. Even if, let's say, without thinking anything, you start writing. Okay, let's say if you are writing for 4 minutes, then what, you need at least 1 minute for proofreading. Okay, and even in 4 minutes also you cannot write 150 words, hardly like 100 words you can write. So, what is best and safe approach? Whatever is the question, especially in discussion prompt, just paraphrase it. So, if you have paraphrased a statement, you will definitely get 40 words. Okay, if not 40, at least 30. Worst case 30. So, let's see whether we are getting or not. So, how they have started? Some people say that. Now, how I will start? It is argued that. Now, how I am going to paraphrase? In last double question or last lecture, if you remember how I did paraphrasing, like it was written, scientists say that cars will be driven by computers. What I wrote, experts believe that. Then in the question it was mentioned in the future. In my answer, what I wrote, in the coming years. So just try to paraphrase word by word, and then you change the structure of your sentence. No one will think like you have uh, copied the same sentence, okay, in your answer. So it is argued that, what is being argued, that there should be fixed punishment. Okay. So now I'm going to use few words because I have discussed this topic in other tests also, like in GRE also. So I have few words as well as I have content in mind. So how I'm going to draft? I will say the nature and severity of a crime being same. Well, we need to add the, so just remember, whenever you are writing this word same, you need to add article the. This is very common mistake. Okay, being the same, then there should be a fixed punishment irrespective irrespective of the circumstances of the crime done. So this is my word first point. That's all. So at least I have like how many words? At least 26 words. Okay, then now I'm going to write something in favor of the other point. That is what they should not be. Okay, so I will say, however, okay, however, Some argue that. Now here it is, I have already used the word argued, so here I will say some say that, or others believe that. You can write like that. I will say some believe that, or some say that various aggravating factors should be, or should also have a bearing on the quantum of punishment being awarded. Now, if you see, I have used few, I would say, uncommon words. For example, I have aggravating factors, bearing, quantum. Okay, this one awarded also, nature and severity. How do I know all these? Because I have read this topic many times. That's the benefit of reading. So if you want to have good score in production, means in other exams also, like you need to have good content to score overall 7 or 79 plus in IELTS and your PT. You should have some content in mind, and to have content in mind, you should read as much as you can. Okay, so I have discussed both the points, and I think I nearly have 40 plus words. Okay, then now they are saying give your opinion. So I'm going to give my opinion. So what I can say, I will say I agree. Now I have both. So what I say, aggravating factors. There is a spelling mistake here. Aggravating factors. So I agree with this view. So I will say I agree with the later view. What is the view? That later view that circumstances should be kept in mind, should be kept in mind. Well, I'll do one thing. I'll just write this one in the next one. Should be kept in mind before awarding the punishment. Done. Okay. So now try to explain it. So this is what I taught you. First one, paraphrasing, then your opinion. You can even stop here also. Okay, you can delete this whole one. Still, you would be safe. Okay, otherwise, then you can write like this. I have taught you to write in a simple way. If you have time, you can write little bit longer sentence. Now, what is the next step? You discuss why you're supporting it. So I will say like those those subscribing to the later view opine that. Now see, here I use the word argued, then I said say, then I said like opine that. So I'm using different words. This is what you need to use. Make sure that your word usage is appropriate. Okay, your word usage is correct. Sometimes students, what they do, just to use a word, or just to use a synonym of a word, they don't think about its usage. They don't consider the context. I'll give you one example. Okay, because this is very important. Well, this is not related to Duolingo, it is related to the other exam, that is IELTS, but it is very much relevant here also. So those students who appear in IELTS journal exam, they get letter. Okay, so usually we write like this. I am writing this letter, right? I am writing this letter for so and so purpose, whatever. So one student took demo classes, and He said like I'm not getting 7 in the writing module. I'm just scoring 9 in listening and reading. Even in speaking I have scored 8, 7.5. But somehow I'm stuck here, 6.5. And he was having second thought whether they are giving him 6.5 deliberately or what. So I asked him to show me some samples, whatever he has written so far. So what he had written, I am writing this epistle for XYZ, whatever was there. Now you see, his teacher told him, you don't use a word twice, okay, or use synonym of a word. Now student just search on the internet and if you search on Google, you will get this word epistle. Okay, when you are writing when you are writing something officially to your manager, to the manager of any XYZ company, to the bank, to the hospital, whatever, to your school principal, college principal, whatever, you write letter. You cannot use this word epistle. Why? Because epistle is what? Epistle we can use when you are writing a letter in a poetry format. Okay, it cannot be used in this. Whenever you are writing something formal or semi formal, you cannot use epistle because it won't be right in that context. Now student thought like, okay, everyone is using letter, I will use epistle word, and teacher will give me good marks. It is not like this. They will not see like you have used some uncommon word or different word. They check the usage, whether your word is appropriate, whether your word is correct in that context or not. So don't just use words for the sake of using a new word or a different word. Keep this in mind. Okay. In the same way, now even I have also written, it is argued that if you find this argue word in the question, then what you can do, it is said that. In the same way, I got another student, he said, it is quote that. Now, this also cannot be used in the same context. I cannot write it is code that. If you search online on Google, you will get this word, but it will be incorrect in this context. Okay. So, if anyone says like just use different words and you will get good marks, no. Use words appropriately, correctly, you will score good. Otherwise, no. Okay, now let's come back to our question. So I was here, I was discussing, I was justifying my point, I was supporting my viewpoint. I think I have made a mistake here. Those subscribing. Okay, so RIBING. Yes, now it is correct. SC. Those subscribing to the later view opine that certain mitigating factors such as a compromised woman killing her, let's say, black male can uh, reduce the severity of a sentence. Okay, I can give one more example. I can say like, um, you know, so see how I'm justifying. Like you consider some mitigating factors. Okay, for example, if someone has killed someone in a cold-blooded murder, you can give him life sentence. If someone has, if a woman has killed her blackmailer, then uh, you cannot give same punishment. Okay. In the same way, I can explain it a little bit further. Are certain aggravating factors such as man raping and killing a child should warrant the maximum possible sentence of capital punishment. So, first of all, you won't be getting this much time, in Duolingo exam. But still, since I'm not right now in exam, so I can explain a little bit, in detail. But you see the structure. This was my first sentence. Like, you give punishment irrespective of the circumstances. That's all. Then the other viewpoint, don't give. Consider your factors. Okay. Then, guys, I gave my opinion. This is my opinion that you consider certain factors in mind. Okay. Then comes what your detail part, your support part. How I justified it. I gave two examples like woman killing her blackmailer or a person raping and killing a child should warrant maximum possible sentence. So I am supporting my viewpoint with these two examples. That's all. I don't think you will get this much time in the exam. Okay, you cannot write this much long. So maybe you need to stop here in the exam. Okay, so that depends. Let's say if I am getting this question, I think I will write maybe a little bit more. Why? Because I won't be brainstorming at all, and I hardly make like 6 7 mistakes, and most of the time, like when I'm in exam, I'm careful while typing, or sometimes I get to know while typing like I have made a mistake here. Okay, so I don't think I will take 1 full minute for proofreading. I may take like 30 seconds only. So I would be typing for 4 minutes. In 4 minutes, it may be possible for me to write this much. Okay, but for you, I think it may not be possible. So better practice in home. Okay, check. Can you write, let's say, 70 80 words in 3 minutes or not? If yes, then it is fine. Otherwise, what you do, uh, maybe prove brainstorm for, let's say, 30 seconds, proofread for 30, then try to write for 4 minutes. Okay, if that is also not possible, you are not getting ideas in 30 seconds, 1 minute on brainstorming, write for 3 minutes, 50 to 60 words. Okay, and then 1 minute for proofreading. For me, proofreading is easy. I am teacher, I am finding mistakes of my students also. So for me, pointing out mistakes is very easy, but it may not be that much easy. Okay, so keep that in mind. The good thing, with the Duolingo exam is that when you are typing, you will get to know like how many words you have already, entered there in that box. So you can plan accordingly. Right now there is no such thing for me, so that's why I'm facing little bit problem. I'm not able to uh, follow exactly same time management thing what I discussed in the lecture one, but still I hope you have got the idea. Paraphrasing, two sentences. Okay, first viewpoint, then opposite viewpoint, then opinion, then after that justify your stand, support your viewpoint with or without example, you will be done. So that's all, guys. Now jump on to the sixth lecture where I'm discussing an opinion prompt. Welcome to the sixth lecture of the writing section. In this lecture, I am going to discuss an opinion prompt. So in opinion essay, we need to give our opinion. In the last lecture, we discussed discussion where we had to discuss both points. So here we have a statement. Some people say that the best way to improve public health is by increasing the number of sports facilities. To what extent do you agree or disagree? So I do not need to write about both the viewpoints. I just need to say yes or no, and then I need to justify it. So uh, in this lecture, I am going to answer question in 5 minutes. Okay. In last four lectures, I did not follow the time. In this one, I will try. Okay. Since I am teaching, so it would be little bit difficult, but still I will try to teach as well as answer question in exactly 5 minutes. I will start now. So first of all, what I need to do, I need to brainstorm. So, do you think like it is the best way to improve public health by increasing number of source facilities? I will say no. So, what is my brainstorming? So, I will say no. Why? Because people do not exercise. That is my first point. They eat junk food and inactive lifestyle. I will add these points. Okay, that's all. So exercise, junk food, inactive. Then inactive word I have got here, junk food I have got here. Then I can say sedentary lifestyle wherever like I get chance. I will use this word. Then I will say like well-being, well-being. Then that's all. 1 minute is over. Now I am going to do what I am going to answer. So in 1 minute brainstorming, then 3 minutes type. Okay. So I will say it is often argued that building more sports facilities is the most appropriate way of enhancing the health of the enhancing the general public's health. By paraphrasing part, now I will write the opposite point. However, others believe that believe that uh, believe that this is not a viable solution. That's all. I'll stop here. Okay. So this time I will do proofreading after I'm done writing. Okay. I agree with the later view. Done. Okay. So now I will like try to justify my point. I will say most of the most of the health issues are because of poor eating habits, and people with poor nutrition poor nutrition will not gain much from building sports facilities. Done. Okay. So in addition to that, many are, I will directly write, I won't say in addition to that because this is kind of example what I'm trying to give here. So I will simply say many studies have shown that unhealthy eating practices are on the rise among the masses, and it not only impairs their health and well-being but also reduce their ability to lead an enjoyable and active life. So now I'm done with the answer. What I will do now, I will proofread. Okay, I have like 30 seconds. I took like 30 seconds extra. So in the first line is appropriate of enhancing. So there is my first mistake. Journal public health, how others believe. Second mistake, not a viable. Most of the health issues are because of poor eating, and people will not gain much from buildings. Many have shown that unhealthy. Third mistake, eating practices TICIS are on the rise among the masses, impairs their health but and well-being, but also reduce their ability to lead an enjoyable ABLE. That's all. Time is over. So This I answered in exactly like 5 minutes. So what is my structure here? Till this point, it is your what? It is your paraphrasing. This is my opinion and why I spotted it. This one. So there is one mistake here. Active life. So I missed this particular word in proofreading. But still, like 99% answer is correct. All words, well, not 99, it would be 99.9. Okay, I won't be like losing too many marks for just one word. So, paraphrasing, opinion, and then support. That's all, guys. This is what you need to do. Okay, three parts of your answer. Okay, this is what you need to do. I hope you have got the idea. Till now, we have discussed three double question prompts. Then we have discussed two discussion prompts. First discussion prompt I discussed in the very first lecture, okay, where I discussed time management and strategy. Then second discussion prompt I discussed before this lecture. Now this was your opinion prompt. So far we have discussed three double question prompt, two discussion prompt, and one opinion prompt. Now in next three lectures I am going to discuss general questions only. Okay, so that's all, guys. Thank you very much. Welcome to the 7th lecture of the writing section. From 7th to 9th lecture, I am going to discuss only general prompts. So you may get a prompt like this. Describe a television program that you like to watch, what program it is, how often you watch it, and explain why you like watching this program. So you need to keep one thing in mind, that is what? Tenses. You need to answer this one in present tense. Many students, they don't read question carefully. They will simply read describe television program. Sometimes you may get question like this: describe a television program you liked to watch as a child. Okay, so if the word is there as a child, it means it is in past, so you have to answer everything in the past tense. And there is another good thing: if you are practicing journal questions like this, it will help you in the speaking section also, because in speaking you are going to get questions like this only. So what is our strategy here? Well, our strategy, I will say, there is no such strategy here. Your first sentence should be what? First sentence should be something about the topic. What is the topic? Television program I like to watch. I can directly answer this question. Like, I have watched many television programs, I watch many television programs, but I like XYZ the most. Okay, then I can answer other two questions. Or directly I can answer XYZ program is my favorite one, I like to watch it, then I answer other two. Okay, so how many overall questions are there? Name of the television program, then what genre it is, okay, what kind of program it is, how often, and why I like it. So see, the thing is, like, if you write one sentence for every question, you will get 4 sentences, and I think you will get easily 50 words. Okay, so, and if you ask me about the content part, like how to generate ideas, well, I will say, uh, you know, just, take cues from your personal or professional life. I remember I started watching How It's Made. It was a Canadian documentary TV program. Like, they used to show how things are made, how things are manufactured. Because I have done mechanical engineering, and back in 2010, I saw that program, and because of that program, I even did my master's also in product designing. Now I watched it in like 2010. I just have to change the tense form. That's all. Okay. So I am not going to write any background statement. I will directly start. So I will say how it's made. I'll keep this one in quotes, and I will keep these in your uppercase because the name is like this only, how it's made. And whenever you are keeping in something in quotes, you need to differentiate it with comma. I will say a Canadian documentary television series is one of my favorites. So there is one more thing. Many students who are not, well, I say who are beginner, or sometimes they are not careful, they make mistake here. Okay, when you are saying one of, you have to write in plural. Okay, one of my favorite. It was my favorite. I watched it in 2010, but now I have to write in present. So I'm saying is one of my favorite series. That's all. Then I will make it a compound sentence. I will use and before that comma, and it airs. I am not saying like it comes every Sunday, this one, that one. I will say it airs every Sunday on BBC, let's say Discovery. So to be honest, I don't know. I watched that program like on YouTube, but I have to write. They are not going to, remember this is your English test. They are not going to cross check what you are saying. Okay, so don't bother about these things. Just think about the program, think about your question, and relate it. That's all. So it is what program it is. So I think I have already answered. Canadian. How often? Well, I can say like indirectly it airs every Sunday, and I watch it without missing any episode. I can write a separate sentence. So I will say I watched the first episode in, let's say, 2019. So I'll do one thing. I will write this one in the next one. Okay, the first episode in 2019, and comma, and since then I have not missed any episode. That's all. So how often you watch it? That's all. I have not missed any episode. So means both questions are answered. I It airs every Sunday on BBC, and I don't miss it, and I watch it. Okay. Then next question: why I like watching this program? So I will say now I have this story. The program, the program shows how everyday products are made. No, I will say are manufactured. So being a mechanical engineer, I like to design and prototype innovative products. And since this program is all about the manufacturing of everyday products, I everyday, let's say, products, I like to watch this show. That's all. You can write to the point also, but since this is your class, so I'm not in exam right now, I will just explain it like this. How many mistakes I made in spelling? This one, like, then there is also double L here. Okay, and I have not written I like to watch this show. Being a mechanical engineer, I like to design. So 1 2 3 4 innovative, since this program is the manufacturing. Number 5 of everyday products, I like to watch this show. and shows how everyday products are manufactured. I watched the first episode and since then I have not missed. So I think I haven't taken care of the spelling thing. That's all. So see, television program, how it's made. What program it is? Like a documentary one. How often? Well, I started watching it in 2009 and I have not missed any episode. And since then, I can even say I am watching it. And since then, I'm watching it every Sunday. That's all. So you can write like this also. Okay. So then why you like watching it? Because it is related to my field. So if you do not have that much time, you can simply say because it is related to my field. I can say uh, uh, because the program teaches us or shows us how things are made, everyday products are designed and manufactured, so that's why I watch it, because it is related to my field. It teaches me how to design things. It teaches me, about manufacturing. So I have like too much content here. Okay. So you just see like I need not to bother about content at all. Your journal questions are going to be like this only. Okay. So that's all guys. Now jump on to the next lecture where again I am going to write one answer of a journal question. That's all guys. Thank you very much. So guys, in this lecture also I am going to discuss a journal question, and this time the question is in past tense. Describe an art or craft activity you did when you were in school, when this happened, what you did, who you did it with, and explain how you felt. So I have four questions. If I write one sentence for a question, I will get 4 or 5 questions, and I think I will get easily 50 words. Now the challenge would be like, content. You will say like I have not done any craft activity in my school, because there are going to be students who might not have done anything. Okay, even I also did not do anything like that. So how to answer what I told you in last lecture, that take cues, take ideas from your personal or professional life. What I do other than this, English teaching, I am into design and manufacturing. I conduct workshops, seminars, presentations in engineering colleges regarding design. So whatever I do in my workshops, I will say that I participated in that workshop and that thing I did in school. That's all. I need not to bother about content. Okay, so let's start. So this time I will directly start. I have participated in many workshops in the school that I can recall. Okay, so there is this mistake. I should be in uppercase. That I can recall. I'm direct, kind of, I would say, background statement. And among them, I would like to share about craft work in which I took part. Okay, that's all. Now see how much long this statement is. You need not write this much long. You can simply say when I was in, let's say, 10th, 12th, 8th, 9th, or in my school I participated in a workshop where we had to, let's say, we had to make xyz, whatever that xyz is there, whatever comes in your mind, you can simply write like that. You need not to write this much in detail, because right now I am teaching you, so I am just explaining things in detail. Okay, and see my sentence formation. So uh, and among them I would like to share about. Okay, this one is your non-essential, and or I can say like I can write this whole sentence in two sentences also. Okay, but to make it up, compound complex sentence, I have just like used and here, your connector and. Okay, well, not connected, coordinating conjunction. Now what I need to do, I need to say like when I did participate. So I will say when I was in 12th standard, my school organized a competition in which we had to design an innovative product. So see what I am doing. I am using, or I will say I am taking cue from my professional life. This is what I do nowadays. I teach students design, then I tell them to design a product, then I manufacture it. Okay, so whatever they are doing right now, I am going to use that. I am going to write exactly same thing. But only thing is, I am saying I did this one like in 12th standard. Okay, and see how many typing mistakes I am making here. So always proofread. Okay, I will say I ideated and made a prototype of an innovative multi-purpose mobile stand that could be used as a mobile stand, mobile holder, then I will say cable organizer, screw driver. So my one of my students have designed a product like this. It's available on my website also. We are selling it also. So I am just using that content, details of that particular product. Okay, cable organizer and an opener, done. So activity that's I have mentioned when I did in 12th, when this happened 12th. Okay, what you did, I ideated and made a prototype. Who you did it with? I will say like well, I did it. Okay, I ideated it, or I ideated, or I worked with my friend. Okay, I can say like that. And how you felt, I need to answer that one. But since I did not directly answer who you did it with, so I will write about it. I will say like I worked alone. I did not work in any team. So I will make it a complex sentence. How? Although I had the option of, I had the option not of to work in a team, I decided to design the product independently, or I will say on my own, or let's say product I decided to work alone, or well, I will say decided to design well independently. That's all, done. The design was judged as the best design, which motivated me to pursue a degree in mechanical after completing secondary education. That's all. Okay, so this is my content. How you felt? I felt I was over the moon. I felt very good because I can say I felt very, I felt good, and yes, I felt good because that's all. I will keep it because the design was judged as the best design which motivated. Now if you do not have that much time, you can simply say as the best design. Okay, it's very long answer, you won't get this much time in the exam. But you see the structure here. There were 4 questions. Activity, when this happened. So this is about the activity. Craft work, this is activity. Okay. Design competition and in 12th standard, both questions are covered here. What you did, I ideated, that's all. And who you did it with, this one. And how you felt good, that's all. So 4 questions, 4 answers. This one was kind of, I would say, background statement. Is it difficult? No, but you should practice. Where students make mistake. Now see, even I had made I have put comma here, that is a big mistake here, although. Okay, how many like complex sentences are I am having? So this one first, well, a long one, not a simple one. Then this one is again a complex one. Okay, and this one is also a complex one. So I have like a range of range of structures, complex structures. That's all, guys. So you will be facing problem with the content part, and for content I will suggest you to think, go through all the questions, whatever questions I have uploaded, okay, in the resources section. Whatever questions, please go through all and think about those questions. Like if you get this question, what will be your content, what will be your answer, just think about it and then practice. Many students say that I can write, okay, but when they write they make mistakes. They make mistake in comma, they do not use connectors correctly. Okay, they write simple sentences. When they try to write complex, their structure is always incorrect. So do verbal brainstorming on all the questions, and very important thing, please write and get your answers checked. That is the best way to for this particular activity. And see, because I did not do proper proofreading, I can see one more mistake here, mechanical. Even I am making many mistakes here. Okay, so proofreading is must. Don't think like if you simply write and you will get good marks. Proofreading is must. I am repeating it again and again. So that's all, guys. Now jump on to the 9th lecture for one more journal question prompt. Welcome to the 9th lecture. In this lecture also I am going to discuss a journal prompt. So first of all, about the question type, well, about the topic, it is a general one. Describe an occasion when you helped someone. Very general one. Whom you helped and how you helped them. So if you remember what I told you in the 7th lecture, that take cues from your personal professional life. Now I am not going to think about this question at all. Whatever I am doing right now, I will say that I did it, okay, as a help. I teach students IELTS, Duolingo, PT, this one, that one. So I will say, instead of saying I taught someone IELTS writing, instead of that I will say I helped my friend in IELTS writing module. That's all, guys. So the first problem, that is content, is over. Okay, I will say like my friend appeared twice or thrice in the exam. He failed to score 7 bands. So I decided to help him. I taught him grammar, I taught him structure, then I evaluated his essays. That's all. He appeared for the 4th time, for the 3rd time, he scored 7. That's all. So did I face problem in content? No. Do I need to do any brainstorming? No. This is, and why it was easy for me, because I am not thinking, okay, whether I have helped in my life anyone or not. You might have helped, but maybe at that moment something may not strike in your mind. It can happen. Sometimes students are blank after reading question. They say like, we did not get any idea at all. Why you need to get idea? Means you can say like, if you get this question, you can say like, I helped my friend in Duolingo English test. He appeared twice thrice. He failed to score, let's say 110. So I decided to help him. I taught him writing section, image description section, speaking section. I took his exams. I evaluated his answers. I taught him some grammar rules. That's all. And he scored 120. So just take cues from your surroundings. What is happening right now with you? Just get idea from that. Okay, so let's answer now. Whether you write background statement or not, that is up to you. So I'm directly going to start this time. So I will say, last week I helped my friend score 7 bands in the IELTS writing module. Now a background story. So I will say, he had appeared, you can say like twice, and scored 6 point, let's say 5 bands every time. He called me last month and asked me if I could help him, uh, and without a second thought, I said yes. So I think you won't get this much time, to write. I will simply say, he had appeared twice and scored 6.5 times. He called me last month and asked me to help him. That's all. Okay. So now I want to make it bit short. I said yes and asked him to come to my home, or to come to the class. uh, Being now, I'm not bothering about time right now. I'm simply explaining. Okay, so but for the exam, you keep time in mind. When you're practicing at home, please keep time in mind. Always answer in 3 minutes. Okay, so I will say, being a teacher, I knew I knew students common grammatical mistakes. So first I taught those only. Okay. Once he improved in grammar, I focused on the essay writing part. I taught him I taught him how to write introduction, body, paragraphs, and conclusion. After teaching him, I started evaluating his essays, uh, and after a month of practice, I asked him to appear in the exam. Last week, he got his scores. Last week, he got his scores, or I will say, he got his result, and last week he got his result. Okay, I'll stop here. Finally, Uh, no, I will do one thing. I will just connect it with the previous one. Okay. So because I'm writing in notepad, so paraphrasing is bit difficult here. That's why I had to press enter every time. So what I will do, I don't want to write small short sentences. Okay, so after teaching him um, everything about the writing module, I started evaluating his essays. I started taking his, I will say, started taking mock tests. And after a month I asked him to appear in the exam. And then I will say I asked him to take appear in the exam. And last week, okay, I will make it like this. And last week I will be writing it in lowercase. He got his results. He got his result. Now I will say finally he scored. Uh, he scored 7 bands in the writing module. Finally, no, I won't be repeating this one. He uh, finally he scored 7 bands in all the modules. That's all. He got his results. Finally, he was able to score, or he got his desired result. He got his desired result. So he got 7 bands, and last week he got his result. He got his desired result. No, that won't be correct. So, will you get this much time in the exam? I don't think so. Okay. So I think I have written like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So they are more than 130 words. Okay, more than 130. You won't be getting this much time. So what you need to do, you need to be to the point and write only for 3 minutes. Right now I do not have timer. Okay. In the last lecture I was like having my stopwatch, but for this one I did not take care of time. There in exam you will have timer, you will have word count. So just imagine, so just keep one thing in mind: write only for 3 minutes, spare at least 1 minute for proofreading. Why proofreading? Let me show you how many mistakes I made. This spelling, okay, friend, okay, 7 bands in the he had a paid device and scored 6.5 bands. Second mistake, he called me last month and asked me if I could help him. Okay, so and without a second thought I said yes and asked him to come to the and asked him. I said yes. So I will delete here. This part is not that much good. Okay, done. And then I knew students. So third mistake, students common grammatical mistakes. So first I taught those only. Once improved in grammar, I focused on the essay writing past. No, at essay writing part. Okay. I taught him fourth and fifth mistake, how to write introduction, body paragraphs, and conclusion. And after teaching him everything about the writing module, so I don't want to repeat this writing again and again. And after teaching him everything, I started taking his mock test. So uh, like this, taking mock test. And after a month, I asked him to appear in the exam. And last week he scored, he got his result. Finally, he scored 7 bands in all the modules. There is one issue with my answer. You know how many times I have used and here? You may have noticed the same. First, no, I'll start with this one. First, second, third, and well, this is different. Leave it. Third, fourth, fifth. So see, I have used and in this answer for 6 times, 5 times as a coordinating conjunction, and here as a lister, okay, as a listing word. This is also a big mistake. Now if you ask me how, what I can write instead of and, no, you need not to write something else. You just make sure that you write your sentences in a little different way. Okay, so and ask me to uh, I can just put, I can start a new sentence here. I did not even think for a second. Okay, I did not think for a second to say yes. I can write this sentence like that. Okay, so I can avoid one and here. So first, then I started mock test, and after a month, so this is required, and last week, so these two are okay. Okay, this one I can avoid, so 3, and 2 plus this one 3, yes. So if I avoid this one, I think it would be a bit better. Okay, so was this one difficult? Not at all. You need not to write this much in detail. Just answer questions, maybe one background statement, or maybe yes, background statement, that's all. Okay, there is one more mistake here. I am saying month, so I will say last month. Last month I helped my friend score 7 bands. So I hope you have got the idea like how to answer these general questions. Now in the same way you practice, okay, and get your answers evaluate or checked by someone for your comma, preposition, article and other mistakes. Okay, so I hope you have got the idea. Now in the next lecture I am going to answer an opinion prompt. That's all guys, thank you very much. Welcome to the 10th lecture of the writing section. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to answer an opinion prompt. I have already discussed one opinion prompt. This is the second lecture on this particular type. So the topic for us is, I can say like technical or academic. It is related to arts. Some people believe that government money should not be spent on arts. To what extent do you agree or disagree? So what is the structure? First of all, you need to paraphrase it. Write both in favor and against, okay, in paraphrasing. Then you give your opinion, and then you support your opinion, your viewpoint. Now what is the first step? In the first step you have to think about topic. So let's say if you're saying you are in favor of arts, then how you will justify it? So you can say like arts connect us with our culture, with our tradition, so government should spend money on it. Okay, and if you are not in favor, then what you can say? You can say like government should spend money on other important domains or sectors such as healthcare, education. Okay, so topic is very simple. I'm done with my brainstorming. Now means if you are not, if you do not have content in mind, you write these points. You can even make note of words also. Okay, otherwise you can directly start. And to start, what I always do, I always use templates. What is that template? It is argued that, so this is my favorite one. I always start in this way, that the government should spend money on important, or I would say no, should not spend money on arts, and instead uh, government should invest or should spend on more important things such as health and education. Okay, so I can even do one more thing. I can write in a little different way. So I can say government should spend in, I will write in there, government should spend money on more important things such as health and education. Health and education. So instead of spending on, or instead of, let's say, um, well, I will go for spending. I was thinking of writing sponsoring arts or artist events, so I will say instead of spending on arts. That's all, guys. Now write the opposite viewpoint. However, others believe that arts art plays an important role in society as artists express their thoughts and culture in their work. That's all. So I will just proofread now itself. Plays an important role as artists express their thoughts and culture in their work. Now I am going to give my opinion. What I will say, I agree with the I agree with the later view. Now I will justify my point. So I will say artists contribute to society society in their way. Take comma for example. So usually, I write for example and then I give example. So you can write in this way. Take for example, then you can say music. Then you start new sentence. Listening to music is a favorite pastime of working professionals who lead an extremely stressed out lives. It helps them relax, reduce stress and focus on their work. In other words, by supporting arts, what I will say, the government indirectly helps its people's emotional well-being. That's all, guys. So this is my what answer. Okay, so I'll just enter here and this one. So see how I have like justified my point. So till this point everything is clear. Now I said like attributes also contributes to society. How? Take example of music. So music is a favorite pastime of working professionals who lead an extremely stressed out life. Okay, I need to lead who lead extremely stressed out lives. Music helps them relax, reduce stress, and focus on their work. So, in other words, if government is spending money on arts, it means it is helping other people also, okay, indirectly. So, this is how I have supported my idea, my viewpoint. Okay, about the structure part. So, the first part is what paraphrasing, second part is my opinion, and the third part is what my justification. Okay, and then you need to do proofreading. So in proofreading itself, like I think I have corrected at least like 5-6 spelling so far. Okay, so this is how you need to answer. You need not to write in parts like this. Your answer should be in a paragraph. Okay, so and always check spelling. So see, even I am having so many spelling mistakes. Okay, but as I am teaching right now, so I'm not bothered about these mistakes. Okay, So now let's jump on to one more opinion essay, so that I'm discussing in lecture number 11. That's all guys about this lecture. Thank you very much. In this lecture, I am going to discuss an opinion prompt. The topic is big salary is more important than job satisfaction. Do you agree or disagree? So my structure is going to be same what I did in earlier discussion and opinion prompts. I am first going to write something about this particular statement. Why I am saying something about? Because the statement is very short. I cannot paraphrase it exactly, so I need to add few words on my own. Okay, so let's start it in the same way. it is it is often argued that uh, that people should choose their job people should choose their jobs based on the salary offered. However, others prefer jobs they find satis or others prefer jobs. Well, it is not exactly uh, a discussion. Whatever I have written here, I should write something opposite to that. So I will change here. So instead of starting it as an argument, I will say some people choose job based on the salary. Okay, some people choose some people choose their jobs based on the salary offered. However, others prefer jobs they find satisfying even well even if the salary is low. That's all. Now this is better than the earlier one. It is argued that that was not actually correct in this context, because I am saying because this is like written in a different way. So you simply say some people choose their job based on the salary. I can write it is argued that a person should choose a job based on the salary. Then I cannot write offered. However, others say that we should choose a job which in which we find satisfaction even if the salary is low. Okay, so if you have to follow the template, then you have to write it in a little different way, because my sentence structure is a little bit different, so I have written in this way. But you see, the basic is same. What is the basic? I am discussing something in the first part, and then I am writing something against it. Okay, so the first part is same. What is that? Your background statement or paraphrasing part. I can do one more thing here. I can put semicolon, then I will write in lowercase. However, now this is one long sentence. Okay, now you give your opinion. You can say like I agree or disagree with the later view. That's all. But this time I am going to write it in a little different way. So I will show you one more complex. While it is important to earn enough money, or no need to write money, I am going to use it bit later. While it is important to earn enough to make a living, in my opinion, job satisfaction is more important than the size of the pay package, than the size of the pay package. That's all, guys. So this is what my opinion. You can even write like this: I agree with the later view. Done. Okay, I will just keep it here. So this is what you can write this whole thing in this way also. Okay, and this sentence is your complex one. I have started with while, then comma here, and then the opposite point. Okay, so it is up to you. I will keep both here. I won't delete this one. So here there is one mistake, then that's all. Now I have both paraphrasing and your opinion. Now let's justify it. So I will say job satisfaction increases what? Productivity. Okay, if people like their jobs, no one has to force them to go to work. Okay, no one has to supervise them. They will perform their job on their own and with utmost interest and concentration. Done. This interest that they show in their job or will automatically improve the results and help them achieve more in less time. So if you do not have time, what you can simply do, if people like their job, no one has to force them, no one has to supervise them. That's all. Okay, they will perform. Then you can delete this part if you do not have this much time. This interest that they show in their job will help them grow in the company. That's all you can say that. Okay, will help them grow in the company. They may get a good they may get bonus or salary hike, whatever. Okay, so that is up to you. This was my first draft. Okay, will automatically improve the results and help them achieve more in less time. So first part paraphrasing, then opinion. Why I agree? Because it improves your productivity. So how it will improve productivity? Because no one has to supervise. They will do everything on their own with like concentration. Okay, with like concentration. So that part is actually important. Let me just undo here. So because I deleted it, yes. So this part is important. So no one has to supervise them. They will work with interest, okay, and concentration, and this interest like will help them in getting good position, in getting like good salary or bonus, whatever you write. Okay, so this is my answer for this particular prompt. How many words are there? Well, you have like productivity, then supervise, then utmost interest, then achieve more in less time. That's all. How many sentences are there? Complex one, simple one, then again a simple one, then I can't say simple, a long one, simple one, again I can't say complex but not short also, and this one is I can say long one. And if I write my opinion in this way, then I will have at least like two complex sentences, too short and too long. So I will have that range, okay, range of structures. So whatever you write, make sure that there are no mistakes. I have repeated it like in last 10 lectures. I am repeating it again and again. Why? Because I have seen students who are very good in English or who were good in English scoring only 100 in production. Why? Because they did not proofread at all. So this is like 11th prompt I am answering. First one I answered in the main lecture. Then I have discussed like your 11 more prompts. And you see in every prompt or in every answer I made at least like 5-6 spelling mistakes, right? So in a 50 word, if you have like 10 mistakes, then do you think you will score good in that? Okay. For me it was okay. Why? Because I am a teacher and I know like where I am making mistake. I did not, I think I so far I did not make any comma mistake, but for you even comma semicolon will be a problem. Forget about spelling, you have to take care of your comma also, you have to take care of your semicolon. Okay, you have to take care of your articles. I have seen students making at least 5-6 mistakes in articles preposition. Forget about spelling and comma. Even you will be struggling with articles. So what I suggested in the last lecture, practice as much as you can, and after practicing get your answers evaluated by someone. Okay, then only you can score good. Forget about production part. If your score is not good in these questions, it will affect your overall score. Okay, so now let's jump on to our 12th lecture where I'm discussing a discussion prompt. That's all guys, thank you very much. So guys, in this lecture I am going to show you how to answer a discussion prompt. I have already discussed 2 discussion prompts, okay, in the section. This is a third one. Topic is related to education. Some people believe that studying at university or college is the best route to a successful career, while others believe it is better to get a job straight after school. Discuss both views and give your opinion. This is, so see, discussion essay, opinion essay, and journal prompts, they are very easy. If you get cause and effect essay, for example, what are the causes of air pollution and how and what are its effects. uh, Obesity is increasing day by day, what are its causes and what are its solution. What are the problems caused by obesity, what are its solution. So if you get those essays, there you may face problem in paraphrasing the statement, because the statement would be very short. Air pollution is increasing day by day. What you are going to paraphrase in this statement? Nothing. So discussion essay, opinion essay, and this one journal question, they are very easy. Why? Because in journal question you just need to say something about the topic, and here we have everything here. Now see how easy this one is. I will simply say, it is often argued that, what is being argued, students, okay, students should go to a college or university to pursue higher education, to pursue higher education, semicolon. However, others argue that they should start working on their careers as soon as they finish high school. Done. So this is what, this is my argument. Okay. Well, now it is fine. Now see how many spelling mistakes are there. Students spelling, first one, student should go to a college or university, then this one pursue higher education. However, others argue that they should. However, others say that they should start working on their careers as soon as they finish high school. Done. At least I think three mistakes were there, right? Yes, three, and then I changed this word. So that's why proofreading is must. Okay, now what is required? Opinion. I agree with the. So one more mistake. Let me correct it. I agree with the former view. That's all. Now, why I agree? Let's support it. Let's justify it. Okay. So I will say university education equips students with the skills required to become competent professional professionals. I will write in singular, and I will add article a here, a competent professional. Then, for example, one cannot become a doctor or an advocate without going to college, because those jobs require special skills that one can only obtain from an authorized educational institution. That's all, guys. So this is how I have justified. Now let's see the mistakes. University education equips students with the skills to become a competent. Okay, for example, so see first one, then second one. One cannot become, third mistake here, a doctor and advocate without going to a college. I think we need to write article here. Okay, without going to a college, because those jobs require special skills that, one more mistake, one can only obtain from an authorized educational institution. So I think four mistakes here also, four in this one. Okay, and three or four were here. Even I made like 8 mistakes. Okay, so I'm done with my answer. First part paraphrasing, second part my opinion, in third part I have justified my point. I said like it is important because you get skills. Okay, why, or what is the like basis for that? One cannot become a doctor. Okay, you need degree, you need like to study in the college or university. Okay, that's all, guys. So that's all, guys, about this lecture. So far I have discussed 3 discussion prompts, 3 opinion, 3 general prompts, and 3 double question prompts. Overall 12 prompts I have discussed in this writing section. Okay, so see, one more mistake is there, special skills. Okay, so that's all, guys. Practice and get your answers evaluated by someone so that you know your mistakes. Okay, and in the resources section I have uploaded some templates. Okay, and I've like uploaded a list of questions also. Just go through the list, see like if you get a question like that, what you would be writing. Okay, so that's all, guys. Thank you very much. So guys, in this lecture I am going to discuss second question type, that is read and select. First I am going to give you the overview. You are going to get a few words, maybe 10, maybe 15, maybe even 20, and you need to read all those and select the correct English words or the real English words. You may get 1 minute to do that, and your timer will start the moment question is appearing on the screen. Do not think like first they are going to give you some time to read the directions. Why you are not getting time? Because there is nothing like direction here.
Okay, you would be just getting one heading. Read and select the correct English word. That's all, guys. For that you do not need any time. So the moment like question is coming, your timer will start. You would be getting 1 minute, and in that 1 minute you have to read all the words and click on the real words. About the frequency part, you can expect like 3 to 7 times. Sometimes students are getting for 5 times, sometimes 6. Okay, keep that in mind. And every time level is going to be difficult. For the first time you are going to get easy words, then little bit difficult. Likewise your level would be becoming difficult. And finally about the subscores, this question type contributes to literacy and comprehension part of subscores. So this is how the interface would be. The moment you are getting questions, your timer will start the way it started here. Now, as I said, like there is nothing like direction. You are just getting this, sentence. Select the real English words in this list. Now you need to read these words and click if that particular word is correct or not. So this one is correct. Then this one, bang, proud, tail. Then you have happiness, approximately, billion, sincerely, then underwear, then rarely. So this is activity. How many words are correct? Well, you have 5 in this list, 3 here, 8, and 3, 11. Now, please keep one thing in mind, that there are partial credits. It means like if you are, let's say, not selecting this word, it doesn't mean that you will get 0. Why? Because there are partial credits. You will get credits or you will get marks for the correct words. Okay. Sometimes students ask us like, what if I am not selecting a particular word? Am I going to get 0? No. You will always get marks for correct one. And in the same way, if you select a word which is not real or correct, let's say you are selecting this one. Now it doesn't mean that you will get 0. You would be losing few marks. That's all. Okay, so this is activity. After you are done, you can click on the next button there. Okay, or you can just wait for the timer to get over. That's all, guys. So this is how you are going to get read and select correct English words in the exam. Now I am going to give you few tips. The first one is that you need to keep spellings in mind. For example, you have this word chalk. They may give you CHAK in the exam. So read words carefully. And then guys, you need to keep forms of verb in mind. Sometimes they will give you verb forms in this way, like you have drink, drank. Okay, instead of drank they may give you drinked. So beginner level students, they will think like, okay, drinked is the second form of drink, so they will select it. So I will suggest you to go through websites or the list of verbs, okay, and their forms, so that you are not selecting any incorrect word like this. Then guys, my third suggestion would be to improve your vocabulary. And how you can do that? Read newspapers, books, articles, and even sample essays. Earlier I used to suggest just go for newspapers and books. Nowadays I am suggesting my students to go for sample essays also. Why? Because we have two writing questions in this exam. Write at least 50 words and write for 3 to 5 minutes. Now sometimes students say like, I did not get idea, or sometimes like they say, I did not have good content. So if you face any problem in the content part, okay, or sometimes you feel like you are short of ideas, what is the best way? I would suggest you to read sample essays on academic topics. So if you are reading a sample essay, it will help you
To prepare that writing part, write at least 50 words and write for 3 to 5 minutes, and it will improve your vocabulary also. Then guys, I would suggest you to go through that word list, whatever I have provided in the resources section. I have provided a list of 4,000 words. Just go through that list. Okay, keep that in mind. And it is not possible, for you to memorize all the words. So I will suggest you to go through that list every day. Okay. And then the final and main suggestion, practice as much as you can. And for practice, I am providing 100 practice sets. You just go to the resources section, click on the link. You would be redirected to our website just like this. So there are nearly 100 practice sets, and after maybe 1 week or two, I am going to add 100 more. Okay, so you just need to click on the link. Okay, in this way. So after you are clicking on the link, you would be redirected to this Google form. You need to go through the list and click right words. And after you have selected correct words, let's say I'm selecting these three, just click on submit button and then click on view score. So it will show you correct words also. Okay, and keep one thing in mind, it is not possible for us to provide partial credits in Google Forms. For example, these three words were correct, but score here is 0. Why it is 0? Because partial credits are not possible. So in our practice sets, either you will get full marks or 0. But remember, in the main exam there are partial credits. Okay, so likewise there are 100 practice sessions here. Okay, you need not to enter any detail, you need not to sign up anywhere. Just go to the resources section, click on the link, you would be redirected to my website, and there you just practice. So that's all guys about this question type. Now practice as much as you can, and once you are confident that you can do good in this question type, jump onto the next lecture where you are going to learn about third question type, listen and select correct English words. That's all guys, thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the sixth lecture of our course. In this lecture, I am going to teach you how to describe an image by writing 2 or 3 sentences, and how to describe an image by recording your answer. Since the basics are same, you have to describe an image. That's why I am discussing both these types in the same lecture. So before teaching you the methodology, let me give you the overview of both these question types. You are going to get a screen like this. On the left there would be image, and on the right there would be box. You have to write your answer in that box. And in question type 7, speak about the photo, you are going to get image. You will be getting around 20 seconds to look at that image. After that your recording will start automatically and you have to record your answer. Now let's discuss both these in detail. First, about the writing question, write about the photo. The moment you are getting image on the screen, your timer will start. You will have 1 minute. Okay, in 1 minute you have to do everything. And when you are writing your answer, you would be able to see your image. It's not like that they will give you some 10-15 seconds to first analyze that image, then they will give you 1 minute to write answer. No, the moment you are getting your image, your timer will start. You will be getting 60 seconds. In those 60 seconds you have to look at that image, you have to understand, you have to analyze it, and you have to write your answer. Okay, and when you are writing your answer, image will be there on the screen. Okay, you would be able to see that image. The requirements are that you need to write at least one sentence Okay, at least one is required. But I tell my students to go for, three sentences. At least like three. Simple and complex both. And the good thing with this activity is that you can edit your answer. If you feel like your answer is not good, you can delete it and you can rewrite it. If there is any spelling mistake, you can correct it. Because you are typing, so you can do like that. Okay. Coming on to your question 7, speak about the photo. First of all, you are going to get 20 seconds. Okay. Now see here, you are getting image and then some instruction, describe aloud the image below. So you would be getting 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, your recording will start. So those 20 seconds would be kind of, preparation time for you. And after those 20 seconds, you will get 90 seconds to record your answer. Okay. The requirement is that you speak for at least 30 seconds. And like your writing question, you can see your image when you are speaking. But the main thing, or I would say the difficult thing here is that you cannot re-record your answer. In writing question, you had the option to edit, right? You could correct your spelling mistake, your grammatical mistake. You can even rewrite your whole answer. But here, once recording has started, you cannot go back and re-record it. So it is very important to make sure that you are saying everything correctly, because we do not have any option to re-record it. I hope you have got the idea. Now let's jump on to the approach part. The very first step is to prepare about that image. You must brainstorm for at least 20 seconds in both question types 6 and 7. Use 5WH technique. What is this technique? Let's learn this one with an example. Let's say if you are getting this image. Who are these people? Where are they? What they are doing? When this picture was taken? Why they are there? Can you describe something about the background or location or any other thing? If you have answers of these 6 questions, it would be very easy for you to either write or speak about this image. This is your 5WH approach. So once you have idea, then what? You have to, write your answer or speak. Okay, second part is what? Or second step is what? Your answer. Follow this way. First of all, write about the image. It could be simple sentence or complex one. Then talk about the activity that is going on. And that sentence should be in present continuous tense. Then finally about the background. Okay, you can make any assumption about the background. Means be logical, be relevant. Okay, and make sure that you are writing or speaking complex sentences. Do not simply say simple sentences. They won't help you in getting good score. How to use this approach, that I will teach you in a moment. I have around 16 images in this lecture, so I will show you answer of those 16 images in this way. I have followed this approach only. Okay. And before jumping onto that practice part, some suggestions are there. The very first suggestion is that you practice. It's very important to do practice. Second suggestion is also practice. Practice is important because if you are not used to the technique, you are not familiar with the approach, you are not comfortable with it, you won't be able to answer. Okay. You may make mistake in grammar, in your sentence formation. So it's very important to do practice. What is the third suggestion? That is also practice. Now you would be thinking, why I'm stressing that much on practice? So see these images. In the writing question, it's okay. You can write something here. You know, you can think of those six questions and write their answers here, and then you can draft your answer. Okay, you can edit it. Fine. But what about the speaking part? You have to memorize everything. If you're thinking about a question and its answer, you have to memorize it. Okay, you have to memorize those 6 7 sentences, then you have to follow that template or that particular approach. What is the image, what is going on, then about the background, then you have to speak, right? It's not that easy. It's not difficult also. It's all about practice only. Okay guys, so my suggestion will be to practice as much as you can and make use of this particular slide. Many students make mistake in preposition. I have seen some students, they say in the right or in the left. Okay, make use of this image. Use correct prepositions: on the left, on the right, at the top, at the bottom, in the background, in the foreground, or in the middle. Okay, so keep this image in the mind. Then make use of these uh, phrases. When you have to assume something, then you can say like, it looks like, it seems like, it might be a, he or she could be a, they could be. Okay, and other phrases such as, the picture was taken in, the picture was taken at, the picture describes, the picture shows. I mostly go for this only, the picture shows. In the picture we can see that, in the picture the person is, in the picture a group of, let's say, people, then say something. Okay, so 5 WH approach, then 3 sentences: what is a picture, what is going on, and what about the background. Then these phrases and that image: on the left, on the right, at the top, at the bottom, in the middle. That's all, guys. You get used to these things, you will score more than 130 very easily. Okay, well, to be honest, if you do good in one question type, it doesn't mean that you will get 130 plus, okay, or 140 plus. You have to do good in all the question types. But if I only talk about this particular type, image description, where you are going to get 2 questions, okay, write about that image and speak about that image. If you keep these things in the mind, if you get used to these things in the mind, you won't be scoring less than 130 in any case. I hope it is clear. Now let's practice. But before jumping on to practice images, I have some journal instructions for you. The very first one is that practice on both question types. When I show you image, you can, well, no, I won't say you can, you should write your answer, and after that you should speak also. Practice in both ways. I will show the image. I will keep like video pause for 20 seconds. Okay, I will set the timer, and you prepare your answer in that time. You do brainstorming, and after that I will give you around 40 seconds, in case of writing question, and 1 minute for speaking. Okay, and once that practice time is over, you compare your answer with mine. So you see like how I am answering or how I am describing an image. Compare your answer with mine. how many sentences I have written, how I started, how I'm assuming things in the image. Okay, so let's start now with first image, that is this one. Now what is the first step? You brainstorm on this image. Okay, think of all the questions. Who are these guys? Where are they? Why they are there? Is there any activity going on? Can you say something about the background? Think of these questions. Then answer your image or practice on this image by writing as well as by speaking, and keep this format in the mind. Part 1, what is the picture? Part 2, what is happening? Part 3, discuss about the background or about the person, or if there are 2 3 guys, discuss about everyone. Okay, so start your practice now. So I hope you have done brainstorming. Now what you do, you practice. Okay, although I'm saying, like, if you are writing, then you write your answer in 40 seconds, and if you're speaking, then you have 90 seconds. But remember, in the exam you are going to get both question types, so you must practice in both ways. Write your answer, and after that speak on it also. Okay, speak on this image. Check, like, whether you are able to speak for at least 30 seconds or not. That is very very important. Okay, so you can pause the video here, and you can do both things, write as well as speak. Just make sure that you are not taking more than 40 and 90 seconds in case of writing and speaking. So I hope you have done practice. Now you see how I would be speaking or writing about this image. First of all, I will say the picture shows three astronauts waiting for takeoff. Then what is happening? I will say it is not clear whether they are waiting for the space shuttle to get ready, or there is problem with the weather and their liftoff has been delayed. Whatever is the reason, they are having their photograph taken to save that moment as a memory. Now, what is going on in this image? Is their photograph is getting clicked, right? So that part I have mentioned here. Then about the background. The astronaut in the middle and on the right is smiling, okay, while the astronaut on the left looks nervous. Then I am assuming, I think he is worried or anxious about the flight. Maybe he is thinking about what he has to do on this mission, or he is thinking about his family. So this is how I would be writing or speaking about this image in the exam. Let me jump on to image number 2. Now see, this would be my complete answer. You can pause the video here. Okay, you can read and compare your answer with mine. Okay, now let's jump on to image number 2. So initially preparation time. What is this image? Looks like an interview is going on. Interview of a patient. If patient, then it means hospital. So I have three, four sentences. Interview in a hospital, interview of a old man, and one person is, holding the camera or microphone, both actually, and there is one camera on the left also. I think someone has set that one. I don't know whether this person who is in the picture he has set that camera or video recorder, or someone else is also there. That's all, guys. I'm done with brainstorming part. Okay, I'm giving you 20 seconds. You can also think about it. Okay, your time is up. Now do practice. That's all, guy. Your time is up. Now compare your answer with mine. What is the picture? The picture shows a patient being interviewed in a hospital room. What is happening? It is difficult to say whether they are recording a film or the patient is being interviewed about the hospital services. It is unclear whether the person holding the microphone has set up the camera himself or another person is operating. Then the third part discuss about the background. It is not a special room like intensive care, as the person holding the microphone is not wearing a gown or a mask. Now compare your answer with mine. That's all, guys. So this is how your practice is going to be. So let's jump on to image number 3. Now see this image. Two kids are there. We can see a plane. They are standing at a window. So I got 3. What they are wearing? Shorts, t-shirts. So it means it's not cold. And about the weather, it looks sunny. That's all. I have done my brainstorming. Okay. Now what? You can also brainstorm or you can continue. It's up to you. Now practice in the same way. Just write your answer. For now, you can write your answer on paper. It's okay. Because if you're watching this video at the same time, like it is difficult to type your answer. So I will suggest you can even open this video on your mobile. Okay, and you can type your answer on the computer. That also you can do, or you can write on paper. That is up to you. Okay, so write as well as practice by speaking also. Now see the answer. What is the picture? The picture shows two children waiting at an airport. What is happening? They are standing at a big window looking out at a plane. I think the children have been waiting for a long time. Maybe their flight has delayed due to some technical reasons. There must be someone else with them because they are too young to be in the airport by themselves. So maybe the person taking the picture is their family member. That's all, guys. I'm following same structure what I taught you. This is my answer, complete answer. Now just think what you thought about this picture and what I have written here. I am following same structure. What is the image? Then what is going on? These guys are just looking at that plane. Okay, so I'm saying it in continuous tense. Then about the background, I did not talk about that plane. I did not talk about their clothing. So you can talk about that also. So now let's jump on to image number 4. So that's all, guys. I'm done with the lecture. Now, if you want to practice more, you can do one thing. You can ping me on my WhatsApp number. Just let me know your name. Write your correct name, the name with which you have registered in this Udemy course. So write your correct name. I will send you some images. You write answers, share your work on WhatsApp, then I will provide feedback. Okay. I will send you like 10 images for writing and 10 for speaking. So I will provide you one-on-one feedback on 20 images. This is exclusive for our Udemy students. Okay. That's all, guys. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to the second lecture of our course. In this lecture, we are going to discuss about our first activity, that is type the statement you hear. I do not have any suggestions for you. No tips, no tricks. I will just say one thing, that practice. And for that, I am providing you more than 200 sentences. I am updating this lecture on 14th of July. So if you, let's say, join after, let's say, 1 month, after a few weeks, maybe I may add 200 more. As of now, 200 are there. Practice, then your test, okay, including everything, more than 200 are there. If you have practiced on those, you will be familiar with everything. Okay, that is the thing required for this particular activity. Sentences are going to be short and easy, so do not bother at all. They are not going to be difficult. They are going to be short only. And if you say, okay, what if I missed something? What if I was not able to understand? In that case, focus on the important words while you are listening. That is very, very important. Focus on important words. Now, I said focus on important words. So, if you hear focus and words, your brain will automatically connect dots. You would be able to write, okay, focus on words. Okay. Whatever you write, make sure that meaning of your sentence is same. This is very, very important. Meaning of your sentence should be same. Okay. Now I am saying meaning of your sentence should be same. That is one thing. Meaning should not change. Now let's say if you are not able, you missed everything, but you got to know about few words. Okay. So you have few words in mind. Now try to draft a sentence like that. At least meaning is same. Now see, I said three different things about the meaning. Okay, whatever you write, meaning should be same, meaning should not change. Make sure that you take care of this particular thing. And about other things, you have 60 seconds to write. You can play the audio for 3 times, overall 3 times. But make sure that if you are able to write sentence in first attempt itself, then do not repeat it. Okay, do not replay it. Keep this in mind. If you replay your audio for 3 times, then what? Your score would be less. The algorithm works in that way. Someone who is answering in the first attempt will get more marks. Then take care of your punctuation marks. If you do not take care of your capital letters, your spacing, then you are not going to get good score. Other than that, I do not have anything for you. Let's see like how it goes in the real exam.
I think it gives depth to the writing. Yes, she is at home.
Okay, so this is how you are going to get in the real exam. Now we are going to do practice, and whatever I said, like focus on important words, then draft your sentence, everything, whatever I said, I'm going to show you like how you should do that in real. Okay, let's start with our first sentence. What is our first sentence? Let's listen to this one.
Factors such as cost and function influence the design of a bridge.
What he said, factors, then other word which struck in my mind, that is bridge. Then other word was cost, design. So if you do not, or if you are not able to listen properly due to some reasons, okay, or you did not understand what he or she said, at least you can draft sentence. Then you let's say if you do not if you were not able to hear it properly, then at least you can draft sentence or you can write sentence with those words. Okay, factors, bridge, cost, and you have design also. So at least you can say factors such as cost affect the design of a bridge. At least this won't be wrong. Okay, what is the correct answer? The correct answer is factors such as cost and function influence the design of a bridge. Now I missed what? I missed function. So at least I won't be getting 0. I included other important words. What was important here? Factors, cost, function, influence, design, bridge. So if I miss cost and function, it won't make any sense. Okay. If I include cost and function, if I know factors, cost and function, then bridge, at least you can say factors such as cost and function are important for the designing of a bridge. At least you can say like that. But for that, I should focus on important words. If you miss important word, then you won't be able to write the correct sentence. Okay, this is what I was saying. Now let's jump on to our statement number 2.
It's important that humans dispose of their waste in appropriate ways.
Now, what she said, I heard like important, humans, waste, way. It is important humans dispose of their waste in a proper way. You should write like this. If you miss or if you do not hear properly or if you were not able to listen all the words or understand the whole thing, it is important for the humans to dispose of their waste in a proper way. This is one way of writing that sentence. Now are you sure? If you are not sure, you can replay it. Let's replay it again.
It's important that humans dispose of their waste in appropriate ways.
So now I have got the idea. It's important that humans dispose of their waste in an appropriate way. Well, there is no it is inappropriate way. Okay, so I was saying it is. So when you are not sure about something, then only you replay it for second time. Okay, if sentence is long, then you go for third time. Otherwise, maximum 2 times in case of short sentence. Otherwise, like if it is long sentence means when like you have 18 or 20 words in a sentence. But I am sure like you won't be getting that much long sentence. Okay, so this is how you should go for it. Okay, so this is how you should go for this activity. Let's jump on to our third one. Our third one is this one.
If you are unable to complete the task in time, please notify me by email.
Okay, what he said, that if you are not able to complete your work, then notify me by email. That is what he said. Now, even if I write, if you are not able to do your work in time, then let me know by email. I can also write like that. At least my sense won't be changing. Okay? My sense won't be changing at all. If you are not sure, or if you want to write 100% correctly, listen it for second time. What he had said, so listen and then see.
If you are unable to complete the task in time, please notify me by email.
So if you are unable to complete the task in time, please notify me by email. That's what he said. Got it? So this is how you should do. Now I have done 3 statements. For remaining 37 statements, what you do it in this way. Listen to the audio, okay, and try to draft sentence, okay, in your mind only, or speak. Okay, for example, this is your statement.
The financial report for the last quarter will be available this afternoon.
Then speak. Okay, the financial report for the last quarter will be available this afternoon. That's all. So then I will show you the answer. You compare your statement with this one. Now fourth is also done. For remaining 36 statements, what you do, you practice in this way only. Once you have done practice on these 40 statements, 4 I have already done, remaining 36, and once you have completed practice at 2 also, there is another practice at, okay, you complete that also. Once you have done these 80 statements, then you take one test. Okay, I have provided the link in the resources section. The moment you are clicking on that link, you would be redirected to this particular test. There are 50 questions here. So once you have practiced on all those questions, jump to this one and check your level. Write your name, whatever is your name. If you do not write name, we will not go through it. Then listen to the statement here, type your answer. Okay, that's all. After you click on submit button, you will get your score also. Okay, so here you can check your level out of 50, whether you are scoring 40, 45, 30. Okay, you can check your level. This one is the answer sheet of a student. So see here, where the president and his family staying. Where is the question mark here? The first letter is small. How you will get marks? I don't know. Okay, I said like take care of punctuation, so you should take care of punctuation. So see about this particular statement. Are they waiting for? Now student missed, okay, this sentence. He or she was not able to understand. Fine. But the student did one thing. He tried to draft sentence. He or she, whosoever was the student, tried to draft sentence with the words. Fine. Are they waiting for? But you have to see whether your sentence is making any sense or not. Is it making any sense? No. Are they waiting for XYZ ABC? Are they waiting for a bus, train? What? What are they waiting for? So that something had to be there. Now, I don't know why student had not written. Maybe there was nothing after for. Okay. So you have to see this thing also, whether your sentence is making any sense or not. Okay, this is very very important. I don't know like why you guys are not taking care of it. I thought this practice set would be very very easy for students, but so far only like 2 or 3 students have only done. Maximum students have made this mistake. They are not bothered about punctuation. at all. So just keep this thing in mind. If you are not taking care of punctuation, you are not going to get marks. And when you focus on words, after that you check this thing also, whether your sentence is making any sense or not. It doesn't make any sense. Let me show you one more here. So okay, so see, are you a fond of classical music? Now see the problem. This A is small. After music, unnecessary space has been given. Are you a fond of classical music? Unnecessary space here also. You guys should guess also what it could be. It could be, are you a fan of classical music? Fan. Font doesn't make any sense. Okay. So even if fan is there, still you would be getting 0 mark. Why? Because of your punctuation. Now see, student here first of all again had written A small, then unnecessary space is there. Then see the sense. Are they like you to be more strikes? At least make sense. Are there going to be more strikes? Means if I miss this sentence, at least I would be writing, are there going to be more strikes? That will be better than this answer. Okay. So the first problem with all the students I have seen, punctuation. No comma, no full stop, no question mark, first letter small. Then second, many sentences do not make any sense. And guys, I have told you like you can repeat it for 3 times. So why you are not repeating it? This is all these audios are uploaded on YouTube. So for example, see here, click there. So this will play now.
Are there likely to be more strikes?
Done. I heard likely. I heard are. Then there likely strikes. So what is going to be the answer? Are there likely to be more strikes? I am not sure. I am going to listen again. This is going to be my second attempt.
Are there likely to be more strikes?
Are there likely to be more strikes? That's all. Now this student got like. So if you think for some second, you will get to know like it can't be like, it has to be you're likely only. But anyway, don't bother. Why? I am giving you more than 200 sentences for practice. Okay, including this test. There are 50 in this test. So I'm damn sure that you would be doing good in the final exam. But do not take these practices very lightly. Be very, very serious. Okay, it means it shows your seriousness when you are writing first letter a small one. Okay, this one. Now I have explained everything, like what mistakes students are making. So if you are taking or if you are practicing after, let's say, 14th of July, please make sure that I don't find these mistakes. When these mistakes are there, now I'm not even, I'm just going through it, I'm not commenting. Why? Because I can't, what can I comment on these mistakes? I'm just, giving one journal reply, like take care of punctuation. Okay, that's what I'm saying to all students. Take care of punctuation, take care of punctuation. Listen for 2 or 3 times. Okay, same is the case for everyone. It's not only about one student, same is the case for all the students. So let's jump on to our practice session now. So we have already done 4. So this is going to be your 5th statement. Now I am not going to speak anything. You will listen to the audio. After that, practice on that one. Then correct answer would be displayed on the screen, and then new sentence would come. Likewise, your 40 all remaining 36 sentences would be covered. Okay, and after completing this particular practice activity, then jump on to the second activity also. Okay, so let's continue with our practice. After completing this, jump on to the next lecture, which is also a practice. Okay, on the same type the statement you hear. After completing that, you can give that test. Okay, if you don't do good in that test, then you jump on to, okay, this one third practice set. Again there 40 questions would be there. Okay, so let's continue. I'm not going to speak anything, only audio would be there and correct answer.
Extra seminars will be scheduled to assist you with revision. Extra seminars will be scheduled to assist you with revision.
Please switch off all electronic devices when you are attending a conference session. Please switch off all electronic devices when you are attending a conference session.
It is important that you work as a team on this project. It is important that you work as a team on this project.
The studies show that people's mood can be affected by news and weather reports. The studies show that people's mood can be affected by news and weather reports. Detailed analysis of population growth has revealed some alarming predictions. Detailed analysis of population growth has revealed some alarming predictions.
Please note that the college laboratories will be closed for cleaning next week. Please note that the college laboratories will be closed for cleaning next week.
Students who wish to apply for an extension should approach their tutors. Students who wish to apply for an extension should approach their tutors.
The research looked at neighbourhood cooperative schemes, such as community gardens. The research looked at neighbourhood cooperative schemes, such as community gardens.
Visual aids can make presentations clearer and more interesting. Visual aids can make presentations clearer and more interesting.
Economy of scale is the increase in efficiency that occurs when more goods are produced. Economy of scale is the increase in efficiency that occurs when more goods are produced.
The university is working towards being more environmentally sustainable. The university is working towards being more environmentally sustainable.
Unlike applied arts, fine arts do not serve a practical function. Unlike applied arts, fine arts do not serve a practical function.
Modern poetry often tests the conventions of language and rhythm. Modern poetry often tests the conventions of language and rhythm.
The law library is closed on Sundays and public holidays. The law library is closed on Sundays and public holidays.
There are no places left in the morning tutorial. There are no places left in the morning tutorial.
The conference is predicted to draw greater numbers than last year. The conference is predicted to draw greater numbers than last year.
This module develops our understanding of the theory behind advertising campaigns. This module develops our understanding of the theory behind advertising campaigns.
Computer software has changed a lot in the last year. Computer software has changed a lot in the last year.
Exam results will be available next week from the course office. Exam results will be available next week from the course office.
The most modern agricultural equipment is now extremely expensive. The most modern agricultural equipment is now extremely expensive.
The number of students registering for postgraduate research has risen. The number of students registering for postgraduate research has risen.
This semester, we plan to specialize in educational psychology. This semester, we plan to specialize in educational psychology.
The new drug will be tested in North America. The new drug will be tested in North America.
Books which are overdue will incur a daily fine. Books which are overdue will incur a daily fine.
Distance learning has become far more popular these days. Distance learning has become far more popular these days.
You need to write a proposal for your research. You need to write a proposal for your research.
Studies suggest there may be a correlation between educational achievement and family size. Studies suggest there may be a correlation between educational achievement and family size.
Tomorrow's lunchtime seminar on nuclear engineering has been postponed. Tomorrow's lunchtime seminar on nuclear engineering has been postponed.
During that period, heavy industry grew rapidly in the north of the country. During that period, heavy industry grew rapidly in the north of the country.
Students must hand in their assignments by Friday. Students must hand in their assignments by Friday.
Most students on last year's course did well in this module. Most students on last year's course did well in this module.
Tuesday's lecture on social psychology will now take place in the central hall. Tuesday's lecture on social psychology will now take place in the central hall.
Anyone who has a problem with their accommodation should speak to the welfare officer. Anyone who has a problem with their accommodation should speak to the welfare officer.
The fertile plains in the east of the region provide excellent land for farming. The fertile plains in the east of the region provide excellent land for farming.
Opposition to the government's tax policies was widespread across business sectors. Opposition to the government's tax policies was widespread across business sectors.
Students with queries about this term's timetables must speak to their tutor immediately. Students with queries about this term's timetables must speak to their tutor immediately.
Now that's all about this lecture as well as the practice activity. Now jump on to the next lecture, which is again a practice activity that is also having 40 sentences. Okay, practice that one and then do the test. Okay, that's all guys, thank you very much.
Please come to the next seminar properly prepared. Please come to the next seminar properly prepared.
You'll find the economics section on the second floor of the library. You'll find the economics section on the second floor of the library.
Next time, we'll discuss the influence of the media on public policy. Next time, we'll discuss the influence of the media on public policy.
There is plenty of cheap accommodation off campus. There is plenty of cheap accommodation off campus.
The lecture on child psychology has been postponed until Friday. The lecture on child psychology has been postponed until Friday.
The meeting will take place in the main auditorium. The meeting will take place in the main auditorium.
You must establish a day and a time with your tutor. You must establish a day and a time with your tutor.
There will be no extensions given for this project. There will be no extensions given for this project.
New timetables will be posted on the student notice board. New timetables will be posted on the student notice board.
All students are encouraged to vote in the forthcoming elections. All students are encouraged to vote in the forthcoming elections.
The Arts magazine is looking for a new assistant editor. The Arts magazine is looking for a new assistant editor.
The lecture will deal with the influence of technology on music. The lecture will deal with the influence of technology on music.
Make sure you correctly cite all your sources. Make sure you correctly cite all your sources.
There are hundreds of clubs and societies to choose from. There are hundreds of clubs and societies to choose from.
Does the college refectory offer vegetarian dishes on a daily basis? Does the college refectory offer vegetarian dishes on a daily basis?
All essays and seminar papers submitted must be emailed to your tutor. All essays and seminar papers submitted must be emailed to your tutor.
He was not the only one to call for legal reform in the 16th century. He was not the only one to call for legal reform in the 16th century.
The Drama Society is now auditioning for parts in the student play. The Drama Society is now auditioning for parts in the student play.
There is a position available for a junior lecturer in media studies. There is a position available for a junior lecturer in media studies.
There will be a significant rise in tuition fees starting next year. There will be a significant rise in tuition fees starting next year.
You will be informed of the results by email. You will be informed of the results by email.
Please have copies of your seminar papers in the library a week in advance. Please have copies of your seminar papers in the library a week in advance.
Most students are not eligible to claim housing benefit. Most students are not eligible to claim housing benefit.
If you want to quit the student union, tell the registrar. If you want to quit the student union, tell the registrar.
Does the university have an ice hockey team? Does the university have an ice hockey team?
Without doubt, his primary motive was economic. Without doubt, his primary motive was economic.
The modern approach to the problem is to stress the symbolic side of human nature. The modern approach to the problem is to stress the symbolic side of human nature.
Many privately owned firms have been eaten up by larger corporations. Many privately owned firms have been eaten up by larger corporations.
I'm afraid Professor Jones doesn't suffer fools gladly. I'm afraid Professor Jones doesn't suffer fools gladly.
Most of these criticisms can be shown to be false. Most of these criticisms can be shown to be false.
You are not permitted to take reference books out of the library. You are not permitted to take reference books out of the library.
The seminar will now take place a week on Tuesday. The seminar will now take place a week on Tuesday.
You don't have to be on Professor Smith's course to attend this lecture. You don't have to be on Professor Smith's course to attend this lecture.
The library will be closed for 3 days over the bank holiday weekend. The library will be closed for 3 days over the bank holiday weekend.
I think we should get together over the weekend to discuss this assignment. I think we should get together over the weekend to discuss this assignment.
There's an hourly bus service from the campus into town. There's an hourly bus service from the campus into town.
This is the third time you've asked for an extension on this project. This is the third time you've asked for an extension on this project.
They say Professor Jones's lectures are always interesting and funny. They say Professor Jones's lectures are always interesting and funny.
Being a student representative on the union really cuts into my study time. Being a student representative on the union really cuts into my study time.
I've got a tutorial in an hour and I haven't had any time to prepare for it. I've got a tutorial in an hour and I haven't had any time to prepare for it.
Welcome to the third class of our course. In this class we are going to discuss about second activity, that is record yourself saying the below statement. This activity is just like the first one. In the first one, what you did, you were listening and then you were typing it. But here you are going to get statement on your screen and you have to record it. That's all, guys. Okay, in the first activity you were getting 1 minute. Here you are getting 20 seconds. You should read the statement first and check whether you can pronounce a particular word correctly or not. Okay, and then take care of your punctuation also. Wherever you need to put stress, okay, you make sure that you are stressing on a particular word. Okay, take care of all those things. Rest this activity is very simple. For even this activity also we would be providing you 50 statements for practice, and we will keep on adding more and more statements. Okay, so before jumping on to those practice sessions, let me show you like how you need to record your statement.
So you would be getting something like this. First, what you do, you read what is written here. It is an advantage to know how to use a computer. Okay, once you have read, you know how all the words are pronounced. Okay, you know like where to take pause, okay, where to stop. You have to click on record now. It is an advantage to know how to use a computer. After that, you would be pressing on the next button and it will take you to the other activity. So like this, you will get many statements. Okay, let's see one more here. Do you have a map of the city? So this is that simple. Okay, you need not to bother about this activity at all. Just make sure that you know the pronunciation of some basic words. Rest, it is not going to be that difficult. Now let's practice. We are providing you 50 statements. Okay, so you will get a statement on your screen. First read it and speak. Okay, and then compare your statement or what you said with the sample response. Okay, so that's how you are going to practice on it. This activity or this practice is different from the main exam. In the main exam, you have to click on next and record. Okay, but here you would be simply speaking on your own. That's all, guys. Okay, rest this activity is very useful. Okay, we have included sample response also. Okay, a timer is there on the screen, and after 20 seconds you will get that sample response, and then you will get 5 more seconds, to be ready for the next statement. Okay, so do the practice now.
My car got stolen outside the station last night. Anna hates being told what to do. I've been invited to yet another birthday party. Nicole's new ideas haven't really been thought through. I got caught without a ticket on the bus yesterday. I've been given a bonus this week. I'm afraid that dress can't be exchanged for a bigger size. Six villages were destroyed by the volcano.
She wasn't given anything for her birthday. Pam's house was burgled again. Mark was given the wrong medication in hospital. You're wrong. The tickets were paid for. All my colleagues were consulted about the plan. Joe hasn't been seen for weeks. She didn't get my message because her phone was turned off. Why has my car been moved?
The venue for the next meeting hasn't been decided. I've just got an email saying the new washing machine isn't being delivered tomorrow. It says here that teachers are expected to work at weekends. The reservations can't be changed at any time. I heard the conference Ken went to was very well organised. You shouldn't have been given that information before the meeting. The complaint would have been dealt with by the manager.
He was disqualified for 5 years for drink driving.
I was asked to give my name and date of birth.
You can tell she loves being photographed.
I wish I'd been told about Chris's birthday.
It's expected that there'll be more redundancies next year.
He'll never be chosen to play in the school football team.
It'll cost a fortune to have the windows replaced.
We were taught one foreign language at school, but now a lot of children aren't taught any.
Your room is being cleaned now. The contract will be signed next week. Nobody has been told what to do. Has he been given the job? It was said that the gods were angry. He is known to be in Wales. I was annoyed by John's behaviour. I want to be paid now. Were you given a pay rise? They were married in June. It's used for crushing garlic, not peppercorns. I ran 5 miles without stopping, not just 5 kilometres. I ran 5 miles without stopping. I didn't just walk. Don't worry about losing your job. Think about losing your wife. Is he upset about leaving or happy about it? You learn a language by studying, not daydreaming. I use books for doing research, never the internet. Shall we meet before going for lunch or after? Is it easier to get fit by cycling or by swimming?
So that's all guys about this one. We will add more statements and then we will update you. Okay. Now jump on to the next lecture for third activity, that is selecting the real English word. Okay guys, thank you very much. Welcome to the fourth class of our course. In this class we are going to learn about third activity, that is selecting the real English words. Well, third and fourth activities are same. You need to select correct English words. But the difference is that in the third activity you have to read and then select. In the fourth one you have to listen to a word and select whether it is correct or not. That's the difference. Rest approach is going to be same. How you need to become master in this activity? You should improve your vocabulary. You should read more and more. Okay, so coming on to the timing part, you would be getting just 1 minute to select all the correct words. Okay, you would be getting something like 18 words on your screen. Just read the spelling. If you think like this is correct, select that particular word. Okay, and as I said that we are going to provide you resources file where you will have 4000 words. You read all those words, just go through all those words, okay, understand their meaning. That will help you improve your vocabulary as well as in these two activities also. Okay, you would be aware of the spelling, you would be aware of their pronunciation also. So overall it would be helpful in, I would say, in all the activities. Okay, it will help you even in speaking also, even in your writing also. Okay, where you have to write for 1 to 3 minutes, okay, or where you have to speak for 30 seconds as well as 1 to 3 minutes. So overall it would be very helpful resource file for you. Okay, so let's see like how you would be getting in the real exam. You would be getting something like this. You would have 18 words. You need to read the spelling and select if they are correct. Okay, if they are not correct, just leave them like that, and once you are done, just click on next. Okay, so that's how it would be in your main exam. Now about the practice, just click on the link given in the resources section. You would be getting redirected to this page where you have 10 practice sets, each having 18 words. You need to read them and select whether they are correct or not. Okay, once you are done, then just click on the submit button and check how many answers were correct or incorrect. So that's all guys. Now jump to the next lecture, that is selecting the real words by listening. Welcome to the fifth activity of our course. In this lesson we are going to learn about our fifth activity, that is speak the correct English word. Let's see how you would be getting this activity in the exam. The first part in this activity is the preparation. You will be getting 15 seconds to prepare. After that, an image will appear on the screen and you have to answer what is that image in just 3 seconds. That's the only challenge in this activity. Many students fail to answer because of the time factor. So the moment your image has appeared on the screen, your 1 second will be over. Now if you think about that image, you would be taking, let's say, 1 or 2 seconds. So if you are taking 2 seconds just to think about the image, your time will be over. So it has happened with many students. This is the first update about this activity. Earlier I just said this activity is very easy. Earlier I said same thing. But the problem is that students are not able to answer in these 3 seconds. So this time I am going to give you practice sets also. So let me show you how you need to practice in this particular lesson. So first you would be getting 15 seconds to prepare yourself. You will see picture on the screen and then practice. Answer the correct English word for that picture in 3 seconds and make sure that you are loud and clear. After your 3 seconds are over, I am going to show you the answer. Make sure that your pronunciation is correct here. Now I am going to show you two samples. Now you have 15 seconds to prepare yourself. As it is video, so you won't be able to click on next. So now see, as these 15 seconds are going to get over. There you go. So now you think whether you were able to answer or not. The correct answer is bin or dustbin, whatever you say. Let's see one more. Okay, so be ready now. There you go. That's all, guys. So were you able to answer? Just think about it. If you were not, or if you face little bit problem or difficulty, or you got panicked, then you need to practice. Okay, the correct answer here is scissors or shears, whatever you say. Now in the same way, I am going to give you 60 images for practice. So we are going to practice now and it is going to be in the same way. You are going to get 15 seconds. After that, image would be there on the screen and you have to answer. Remember, you would be just getting 3 seconds. And keep one thing in mind that is very important. There is no time to think about the image, because the first second would be over just like that. If you think, you would be wasting at least 2 seconds, and by the time you are speaking, you will have next activity on the screen. So let's start. Hammer drill or drill machine. Mallet or mallet hammer. Chisel. File. Wrench or pipe wrench. You can say anything. Bench wise. Sledgehammer. Plier. Saw. Hammer. Wrench, a spanner wrench. Axe. Bolt cutter. Toolbox. Y stripping plier. Screwdriver. Spanner. Measuring tape. Allen key. Iron nail. You can even say nail also. hair dryer, rice cooker, sewing machine, paper towel, dustpan, glue gun, treadmill, kettlebell, oven gloves or oven mitts, chimney, kettle, step ladder, you can even say ladder, coffee maker, broom, mouse trap, radio, vacuum cleaner, fireplace, almirah, printer, knife, can opener, saucepan, vegetable peeler or fruit peeler, just say anything, grill pan, grater, weighing machine, ladle, aluminum foil, cutting board, ice cube tray, apron and cap, power strip or extension board, muffin pan, spatula, tongs, sponge, dish rack or utensil rack, blender, colander or sieve. So that's all guys. This is how you need to speak in the exam. So now you see whether you were able to speak the English word in those 3 seconds or not. If you were not able to, then practice on the same set again. The challenge is not the image, the challenge is to speak the word in just 3 seconds. And do check this section again. We are going to upload one more set with 60 images. That's all guys. Thank you very much. Welcome to the 7th lecture of our course. In this lecture, we are going to learn about our next activity, that is typing the missing letters. Well, this is also very simple compared to other one.
Why? Because you are not typing words here. So if you have to type words, you may have to think about the synonym of a particular word. But here you are just typing the letter only. So if you see here, like here you can easily guess like what you have to write here. It is next to, then are called CALLED as are called the twin cities. Then what? Because they are right next to each other is the biggest, okay, with people who live here enjoy the lakes, river. That's all, guys. This is that simple. Okay. Well, by the time I'm recording this lecture, this is like that. Maybe in future, they may ask you to, type the missing words, or they may give you like 2 3 options, and they will ask you to choose, from those options only. It may happen like that. Let's see another one. Now see another one. So the sun is a star at the center of the solar system. It dash seen. What you are going to write? So it can be seen. Okay, but here you do not have C. What they have written I. So you are going to say it is seen. Then what? Then you have like I and dash. Then you have the. Then you have S. So you can guess like it is going to be sky. Okay. So what you are going to say? It is seen in the sky. Okay. If you can't guess what is this, then you read the whole thing. Here you can see sun. You can see earth. You can see sky. So it would help you there also. And what? And gives light dash the earth to the earth. Now see another one. Now see another one. Now see another one. Although I did not want to give you any practice, okay, activity here, but still, just to make sure that you don't make any mistake in the final exam, I'm providing you 20 text here. Okay, so click on the link in the resources section and you would be redirected to the Google form. So there you will have this paragraph where some words are missing. So what you do, so instead of just typing those words, you type the whole passage, sentence or paragraph. Why I'm asking you to type the whole passage? It will improve your typing speed. And I had done one more thing. I have even removed some words also. That will make even more challenging. So in some passages, you won't be getting few words. You have to guess those words, or I would say you have to think and then answer like what would be coming there. Okay. Right now 20 passages are there, but we are going to add many more in the future. Okay. This activity just involves your basic sentence formation. Okay, like it is seen in the sky. If you can't think of this simple word, then I would suggest you to work on your basic sentence formation first, then go for exam. Why? Because in the final two activity, you have to write for at least 3 minutes. If you don't know how to, draft these sentences, simple sentences, you won't be able to write an essay for 3 minutes. You won't be able to speak for 3 minutes. Forget about 3 minutes. You won't be able to speak for even 30 seconds also. Okay. So I'm sure so so that's all. I don't have any suggestions here. Okay guys, so that's all about this one. Click on the link, go to that Google form and type your letters. Go to the Google form. In some cases letters are missing and in some cases words are missing. So instead of only typing letters or your words, you type whole passage, whole sentence, whatever I have provided. Okay, that will improve your sentence formation and that will help you in improving your typing speed also. Okay, so that's all guys. Thank you very much. Welcome to the 10th lecture of our course. In this lecture, we are going to learn about our next activity, that is speaking. In this activity, you have to speak on a topic for 30 seconds. But before that, you would have 20 seconds to read all the questions about that topic. Okay. We get something similar in other exams such as IELTS. There we get 1 minute to think on a particular topic and then we have to speak on that topic for 2 minutes. But here you would be getting 20 seconds in the start and then after that you have to speak on that topic for at least 30 seconds. Okay, so the minimum requirement is 30 seconds. Overall time you would be getting is like 90 seconds. Okay, so these are going to be your journal topics. They are not going to be your academic topics. Talk about a book you read recently. Okay, talk about your favorite painting. Okay, so in IELTS it is a bit difficult. Okay, some students they face problems, but here we should not worry that much. Why? Because the minimum requirement is for 30 seconds. So in any case, if you answer or if you say two sentences per question, then you would be having at least 8 or 9 sentences. Definitely you would be able to speak for 30 seconds. Okay, but to score good, okay, if you are aiming for 140 plus, then you should speak for let's say 1 minute or more than that. Okay. Okay, now so coming on to the strategy part, you have to do three things. The first one is practice, second one is also practice, and third one also practice. So practice is very important here. In IELTS, what we do is like we can pen down all our ideas. We can make a note of everything and then we can look at them and we can speak. Okay, but here you have to just memorize all the points. When you're brainstorming on a topic, you have to okay memorize all those points and then you have to recollect those points when you're speaking. So it becomes little bit difficult. Okay, if you just have to answer question in any xyz way, then it is okay. But if you want your answer to be structured, then you have to practice. Okay, now the thing is like my suggestion would be that you practice on all important topics. Okay, like your favorite book, author, TV show, movie, actor, restaurant, your favorite city, destination, your visit to a historical place, museum, art gallery, your pastime activity. Okay, so try to cover all the points, and I think the best way would be that you simply search online for IELTS cue cards, and that's all. Okay, so you will have like more than 1,000 cue cards on internet. So whenever you see a topic, try to speak on that topic for 2 minutes. Okay, you practice on that topic for 2 minutes so that you are able to speak here for, let's say, 1 minute. Okay, or you are able to speak for 1 minute in your, which one, in your 10th activity. 9th and 10th both are same. The only thing is that here you are speaking for 30 seconds, and there in 10th activity you have to speak for 1 to 3 minutes. That is the difference. The third, my third suggestion would be that try to discuss from your surroundings, personal life or professional life. Do not hesitate to discuss anything. That is very, very important. And go with confidence. Okay, what is the minimum requirement? That is 30 seconds. 30 seconds are like, you should not worry about those 30 seconds. Okay, you have 4 questions. If you just answer those 4 questions, that's all, your 30 seconds would be over. Okay, so in any case, you should not bother at all whether you can speak on a topic for 2 minutes or not, or 1 minute or not. Don't bother at all. 30 seconds, well, I would say they are too less to to worry about. So the important point here is that do not hesitate to take cues from your surroundings, personal or professional life. If you want to score good in this activity, keep this thing in mind. Okay, let me give you a few examples. So you have this one, this question. Describe a time when you had a problem with a piece of equipment. Now, I can, think of juicer, mixer, grinder, let's say microwave, or hair dryer. Okay, I can think of anything, but I don't know much about those products, their make, specification, color, everything. I can't recall. But right now, what is in front of me? I can see my microphone, I can see my laptop, a digital pad, and then I have mouse. Okay, and mobile also. So I can speak about my laptop. Why? Because I know everything. I know like how much configuration. Well, I have one TV, 8 GB RAM, 8 GB graphics card, 4 GB graphics card, and then Windows 10. Okay, basic one. Okay, so I can answer this question in detail because I know everything. What problem you had? I would say like my Windows crashed. I was working on a project 2 weeks back when this happened. How I fixed it? I would say like I just formatted it. Okay, I reset everything. But if you simply say like that, then what would happen? You may not have enough content. So I would say like I did not know anything about resetting or let's say formatting. Well, if you say reset, then that is okay. You simply follow the instructions. You can just reset. But for formatting, you have to put extra effort. So what I would say, I had to format it. I first learned, or I first watched a video on YouTube, learned everything. Then I arranged a CD. Okay, I had the serial key in my email. Okay, I just arranged a trial version. I formatted my system, installed the Windows, and then I entered that serial key and it started. Okay, so that would be my answer. And then when I'm speaking, I have to make sure that I'm structured. First, I'm answering this one, then this one, then this one, and finally about this one. When you have content, you are ready to speak, then just make sure that you are not making any grammatical mistake. That is important. Okay, then guys, second topic, describe an important holiday or festival that is celebrated in your country. when this celebration takes place, what people do during this celebration, and what you especially like and dislike about this celebration. Explain why it is important. So right now I can think of Diwali. That's all. I'll speak about it because I know everything about that. So maybe in the month of October and November, I would say like that. Okay. In the second week of November or in the last week, usually it would be November. You can say something about the story also. So what people do, they celebrate. How they celebrate that you know. Okay, prayers. Then your crackers are there. Then we share sweets also. Okay, coming on to this one, what you especially like? You say like I like the way people light their home. Okay, and what you dislike? Talk about that nice issue. Okay, why it is important? You, if you know about Diwali, then definitely you can answer this. So you should talk about that particular festival on which you know everything. Okay, then what? Then you have to make sure that your answer is in sequence. Okay, you are answering all questions in a sequence, and do not do like you say like it is celebrated in the month of November. Then you are discussing why it is important. Okay, it is important because of so and so thing, and then you are coming to this particular question. Okay, make sure that you are structured. You are in a sequence. Now coming on to third one, you have this one. Talk about someone who has encouraged you to achieve a goal. Now coming on to the third one, the topic is like talk about someone who has encouraged you to achieve a goal. So here what I am going to do is I am going to speak about myself. I usually encourage students to practice more and more for 7 bands in IELTS writing module. So I will discuss about that only here. Okay, so I would say like who is the person? I would say like Mr. XYZ. I will just take any name, and then I will speak, or I will, my whole story would be mine only. Okay, I would be speaking about myself, but I would be referring it like that person encouraged me for 7 bands writing. So I will make story. Okay, I'm going to talk about a person who has encouraged me to achieve a goal. That was when I was failing in IELTS writing module. I was not able to score 7 bands in the writing module, so I thought of not appearing again. I got in contact with so and so person or XYZ, okay, whatever name you take. Okay, he gave me few tricks, and he motivated me to do practice again, and like he shared few things. I practice in that way. Okay, then here there is one question, what this person encourage you to do. That is to practice in so and so way. That process I will explain. Like he had some kind of template, because I provide those templates. What I do is I provide some kind of template. Okay, and I will ask students to use those templates. Okay, so that there are no grammatical mistakes in their writing, or in their essay or letter, whatever it is. So with that they can score 7. So I will say like that person shared template with me, or he showed me like how to use those templates so that there are no mistakes in my writing. So he encouraged me in this way. Okay, how does that also I will speak. Now I have enough content. I just need to make sure that I start in a sequence and finish at this particular question. That's all, guys. So I'm not trying to make any story. These things are actually happening in my personal or professional life. Now let's do practice on another one. So here we have this topic: describe an occasion when you help someone. So here again I would talk about IELTS writing module. Okay, so I provide training. Instead of that, training part, I would say like I help someone. I would say like someone got in contact with me. He had just 3 or 4 days left. Okay, that has actually happened. So I suggested him. I told him like, okay, no need to go for training. Just watch my videos. Okay, that's all. So instead of videos, he asked me for tips and tricks. So I just took his class for 20 minutes. In that, I told him to go for templates. Okay, how to use those templates and how they should prepare. So that's all. And then that's all. I have enough content. More, I think I can speak on this topic for even 3 or 4 minutes also. Who you helped, I will just take any Ram Sham, any name. How you help them, I provided them some templates, okay, where it happened, let's say over phone, okay. That's that particular person contacted me for training, but as number of days were very less, so I thought, okay, I'll just help you out, I will just guide you like how you can practice in last 3 4 days, okay. Why you help them, I would say, like, because well, first of all, he was looking desperate, he was looking demoralized, like he will not be able to score 7 again. He said like this is his fourth attempt, okay, and he will fail again. So I thought of helping him, no need to charge, okay, for last 3 4 days. So that's all, I will just say something like that, and actually it happened in like that only. Okay, and coming on to this one, how this person reacted. So say like he was he shared about me, okay, about my work, about my this one IELTS course with his friends in his office. Okay, I will just make story like that. So again, I did not make a story, it has actually happened with me. Try to take cues from your surroundings or your personal or professional life. And this one is from that professional part, okay. So let's say if you are getting a topic, describe about a favorite author, then what you will do. If you don't know any author, then how you will speak. For those questions, you have to practice. Now I can speak, okay, because that is my job only. I work with students, whole day for in that, especially part two Q card activity, so I can speak. But if you are new to all these things, then it would be a bit difficult, okay. So better that you prepare on few topics. For example, like describe your favorite book or book you have read. Now if you have not read any book, then how you will speak on that one, okay. So there also, like, again, you have to go with my suggestion. Take cues from your personal or professional life. Have you read any book in your, let's say, graduation? Definitely. Have you read any book, let's say, even in your matric or your secondary examination? Yes. Talk about it. It's better to say something, okay. Do not just keep quiet. Now I'm from basically from product designing background. I will discuss about product design book. Like I learned how to design and develop a product. I'm an online trainer. I can this one talk about a book on writing module. So try to take cues, okay, from your surroundings, personal or professional life. They will help you. Rest you have to practice on the spot. In IELTS, as I said earlier, that we get time to write down our ideas on paper. So when we are speaking, we can look at those points and we can draft. But here we won't be getting anything as of now, okay. Till this class is getting recorded, there is nothing like that. Okay, the official instructions are that you cannot make any note on your computer or on pen or on paper or anywhere else. You cannot use anything during this exam. Maybe they may change something tomorrow, I don't know. But at this point of time, the rule is that you cannot make any note. So you have to practice in this way. The moment you see a topic, just start speaking on it and check like whether you spoke for at least 30 seconds or not. So that's all, guys. Now how to practice. So I would be providing you this list. So what you do is you try to, the moment you get that topic on screen, pause the video, okay, pause the video and try to speak on that topic for 30 seconds. When you are done, then again play the video. Next topic would be there on your screen. Then again pause the video, practice on it, okay, speak on that topic for 30 seconds. That's all, move on, okay. So practice in that way and try to make sure like when you are practicing, you are speaking for, let's say, you try to speak for more than 2 minutes, okay. That will benefit you here as well as in the next activity, okay. So that's all, guys. Thank you very much. So in this lecture we are going to discuss about our 10th activity, that is speaking. But before that, you should be aware of this thing, that 10th and 11th activity, the speaking and writing activity, they do not get count in your score. As of now, this is mentioned on the website, okay. Here also you can see your responses will not affect your score but would be available to institutions that receive your score. So because these are not getting included in your let's say your marks or scoring, that doesn't mean that you should not do good in this particular activity or in last two activities. Why? Because universities are going to see your speaking and writing skills, so they may make decision based on that. Okay. Now coming on to the part, first of all, you will get 30 seconds, okay, to read the instructions. When you click on next, then it will ask you another, you would be getting another 30 seconds. It will ask you to, make sure that you are in center of that frame, okay. You will have something like this, okay, in the exam. Your face should be in center of this frame, and when you click next, then your 10th activity will start, that is speak for 1 to 3 minutes. Okay, so again I'm repeating everything again, that final two activities do not get count in your scores, but they are very important as they would be getting sent to the institution or your university, your college. So you should try to attempt it like first 9 activities. Okay, now coming on to this one, in the ninth activity, what I did, I taught you like how to speak on a particular topic for 30 seconds. So here you are speaking for 1 to 3 minutes. That's the only difference. Okay. Now, but here the thing is like you will have two topics. Okay. You will get first 30 seconds. The moment like you have two topics on your screen, your timer will start, and then you have to click on a particular topic. Let's say if you feel like you can talk about this topic, then select this one. If you think like you can speak for 2 minutes on this topic, go for it. Okay, now what is the first one? Explain a quality about yourself that you are proud of. How does this quality make you a better person? What can your friends learn from you because of this quality? The second topic is describe the last place you visited with your family or close friends. What did you like most about this place? How could the place be improved for the people who visit there? Okay, so these are very general topics, I would say. These are not academic, topics. Okay, but you should not think like this is going to be easy, because sometimes you can get even topic like this also. Okay, so the topic here is very general. Okay, but you can get academic topic also. I will discuss about it after this. Okay, so once you have selected a topic, let's say if you go for second one here, and when you click on start, then what you would have question on your screen, and you have to start, your answer. You have to record your answer for minimum 1 minute and up to 3 minutes. Okay, and the moment like your 1 minute is over, you would have option to submit it, and it is up to you like whether you submit it just after 1 minute or after 3 minutes. That is up to you. Okay, now let's see another sample here. So here the topic is, well, the first topic is again I would say journal. Okay, for example, you have choose a plant or animal that you think is interesting, describe some of the threats or challenges it faces, and explain how it overcomes those threats or challenges. Now this is actually difficult. Then the second one is studying a foreign language is required in some schools. Overall, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Explain your opinion. Okay, now if you go for let's say this second one here, okay, then again same thing. The timer will start. You overall you would be having 3 minutes. Okay, after 1 minute your submit button would be activated. Okay, and it is up to you like whether to submit it just after 1 minute or after let's say 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Okay, now question is like how we can prepare for this activity. Whatever I suggested you in the ninth activity, same thing you need to do here. But in the ninth activity, I told you to, in the ninth activity, the topics were journal. Talk about your favorite destination, okay, favorite author, favorite book, favorite place, food, restaurant. So all those topics were journal. Here, topics are a bit difficult, and sometimes you can get even a academic topic also. So guys, my suggestion here will be to read sample essays. Okay. So if you read sample essays, then you would be benefited in 3-4 activities. First of all, in number 8th activity, In eighth activity, you had to write at least 50 words. Okay, and in that activity, you get what? You get academic, essays or topic only. Okay, so if you have read any sample essay about a particular topic, then you would be you would have content and you would be in a position to draft, your 2 3 sentences or your essay. Okay, so you would be benefited in eighth activity, and then you would be benefited here also. Okay, in number 10 activity. So like if you like here, if you see like the topic is studying a foreign language. So if you have read an essay on, let's say, foreign language in schools, okay, because we have that particular essay. That essay is very common in your exams like GRE. Okay, so if you have read a sample essay like that, then what, you would be in a position to answer question here also. Okay, so you would be benefited here, and then you would be benefited in your the final activity, that is like write for 1 to 3 minutes. So in our 11th activity, we get same thing. We will get two topics. We have to choose one, and then we have to write on that topic for 1 to 3 minutes. Okay, so you would be benefited in these three activities. So my suggestion would be to read as much as you can, so that you do not have to brainstorm in the main exam. Okay, hardly like, I have figured out like there are important. Uh, so I have figured out like there are something like 25 to 30 important topics. Okay, so if you read content for all the topics, so you have something like 30 topics. So if you have read essays on all those topics, definitely you would be having some content in mind, and in the exam, like, you would be benefited. Okay. Now coming on to the strategy part, first of all, just consider that this is also an essay writing activity. Well, I can't say writing. Why? Because here you're speaking. Okay, just take it as a like essay speaking activity. Okay, the way you would be preparing for essay writing, prepare in the same way. That's all. Second, if you have read on a particular topic, okay, on all the topics, then you would be in a position to discuss. But if you have not, then what, you have to brainstorm. Now how you will brainstorm? You are not getting anything here. They are not allowing you to make any notes. Okay, and here you won't be getting any box also. Okay, for example, in other activities where we have to write, you have some box there, you have to enter, or you have to write, and then you have to click on submit button. So in that box itself you can make notes, but here you don't have anything. You just have this screen. Okay, when you would be speaking, it would be getting recorded. That's all. So you can brainstorm. Okay, just to see like whether your points are relevant or not. So here you can do brainstorming, but how you will make sure that all those points are, you are able to recollect all those points in the when you are speaking on that topic. So that's why I am suggesting that you read as many essays as you can, so that you are aware of everything. Okay, hardly like 25 to 30 topics are there. For example, you have health, fitness, sports, you have technology, you have crime. Okay, government, arts, media, music. Okay, so you have like, if you figure it out, okay, you have these 25 to 30 topics. I am also sharing list of all those topics and some sample essays, so you figure it out. So what you do is you try to collect content, okay, on all those topics, and then just practice. Okay, whatever essay is there, you try to you know speak on that topic for 1 to 3 minutes with that content. Okay, and if you think, if you say like there is no point of many students, and I have seen like sometimes students say, sir, we won't be getting any sample content in the final exam, or we won't be we can't do anything in the final exam, so what is the point of reading sample essay? The thing is, uh, well, this is your training going on, right? So take this training as training. This is not your final exam. Okay, so you have joined this course because you wanted to practice. Okay, you are not appearing in any exam here, so practice on all those things. If you have content in mind, then it would be easy for you to draft an essay in the writing activity, and it would be easy for you to speak for 1 to 3 minutes. Now coming on to the practice part, what you do is, so read this topic. Do you think consumers should avoid overpackaged products, or is it the responsibility of producers? Okay. Now pause the video here. Think for, let's say, 30 seconds, or let's say 1 minute. Okay, think for 1 minute, and after that try to speak on this topic for 2 minutes. Take it as a cue card only. Take it just like cue card, but here, topic is bit more academic, I would say. Now coming on to the second topic, information revolution has changed the way of mass communications and had some negative and positive effects on individual lives as well as on society. To what extent do you agree or disagree? So now again do same thing, just pause the video, speak on this topic for 30 seconds, okay, and then read the sample essay also, okay. So compare your content with the sample essay, you will get idea like how much good it was, okay, how much good your answer was. So far I have not discussed about one thing here. Your content should be good. With that, you should try to use good vocabulary words. I can call it as high lexis. Okay, you should try to use high lexis or advanced vocabulary in layman terms. Okay, for that, what you do, you figure out the topics. Okay, well, there is no need because I'm already providing you the list. So for example, you have health topic. Now figure out or check online for interesting words or advanced words on this topic on your health. Likewise do it for sports, likewise do it for technology. Okay, so because this essay is related to technology, so I can say like uh, advancement in technology or technological advancement, I can use that word. Okay, this is about communication, I can say something like at the click of a button. Okay, so you have to use topic specific vocabulary. And again, I would be providing you list, but there is, usually I say this to my students, even if you have the list of all the words on all the topics, there is no guarantee that you would be able to use them or you would be able to memorize, well, not memorize, you would be able to recollect those. Okay, you can memorize, but there is no guarantee like you would be able to recollect those points. And so the best way is that you read sample essays and practice on those essays. Try to, once you have read any essay, now after some time you try to write it on paper so that you get to know like how much you were able to memorize. So that is the best way to answer correctly these questions. So even in my IELTS classes also I do same thing. I tell students to read sample essays, make notes of important phrases, collocations, words. Okay, once you have made notes yourself, then so probability of recollecting those words would be more. That's what I do in my IELTS classes also, and so far it is working fine. It will definitely work for you also. Okay, I'm going to provide you list of all the topics. I'm going to provide you some sample essays also, and some sample essays like on which we have already written answers. Okay, and in case if you feel like our resources are not enough, then you just simply search online for a particular topic. Okay, you will have enough essays on that. You try to read an essay, draft your essay on your own, write it on paper, so that you can memorize few things, and that's all. Then you practice. Okay, try speaking on a particular topic or an essay for, let's say, 2 minutes. Now let's jump on to our third one. Describe the advantages and disadvantages of tourism in the modern world. Do you think that benefits of tourism outweighs drawback? Well, very simple one. Now this is the best example of what I was saying so far. Like if you practice, you would be benefited. Right? You know about tourism, right? You know the benefits and as well as disadvantages. But many of you would be, I would say, like you would be hesitating. Okay, you well, I won't say you will feel shy because no one is listening to you. Okay, you would be just hesitating, that's all, because you do not have practice. You would be a bit scared. Okay, whatever I'm saying, that is correct or not, okay, or how should say, or is my content relevant or not. So that's why I said like practice is important. Even if you are aware of content and you have not practiced, then it would become difficult. Now jumping on to the fourth one, some people think that big salary is much more important than job satisfaction. However, others hold a different view. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Now again, like what are the benefits of big salary? Okay, you can just buy anything you want, all the luxuries. You can pay for you can have good let's say education, health facilities, and other comforts of life. Job satisfaction, well, you would be satisfied with your job, with your life. Okay, your productivity would be more. So points. Can you draft? I have already given you 3 points. Okay, your productivity would be more. You would be satisfied. You would be content with your life. Okay, salary, all the comforts, whatever you include in that. So now, can you speak for 1 minute at least? Well, the requirement is at least 1 minute. You try to speak on it for 3 minutes. Make sure that you're structured. You discuss about big salary first, and then you discuss about job satisfaction, and then say what you think. Like, is job satisfaction important than salary, or salary important than job satisfaction? Okay. So pause the video and practice on this one, and then compare your answer with what we have drafted. Okay, and see like what points you missed. So that's all guys about this activity. So that's all about this activity. Now that's all about this activity. Move on to our final class, that is write for 1 to 3 minutes. So that's all guys. Thank you very much.